The meeting is now being streamed live on YouTube.
Oregon.
Please unmute.
Unmuted.
Should I start over?
Please.
Okay. That's fine. I'll do it better than I'd like to welcome everybody to the October 18th, 2024 meeting of the State Advisory Committee on Historic Preservation. It is now 9 o'clock and we are opening the meeting. The State Advisory Committee on Historic Preservation is a 9-member committee appointed by the governor to review documentation for all state of Oregon nominations to the National Register of Historic Places. The committee meets 3 times a year to review nominations brought forward by the State Historic Preservation Office. The committee also advises the State Historic Preservation Office on matters of program, policy, and budget. We would now like to do roll call, or we can just go around and introduce ourselves. I will go ahead and start. I'm Heidi Slaybaugh, the chair of the State Advisory Committee on Historic Preservation.
Hi, I'm Gwendolyn Trice, Maxwell Heritage Interpretive Center, Joseph, Oregon.
I'm Julie Osborne, and I live in Astoria. Cassie Rigby, I am in Salem.
Jacqueline Chan from the Dallas.
Good to meet you.
Gregory Shine from Portland. Steve Mark, Portland.
Now staff. Thank you.
Good morning, I'm Chrissy Curran, Deputy State Historic Preservation Officer.
Ian Johnson, Associate Deputy State Historic Preservation Officer.
Katie Abrams, National Register Program Coordinator.
And Robert O'Neill, the Oregon Shipment.
My name is Chico.
I'm Mary Newcomb. I'm up on the stage.
Perfect. Are there any administrative remarks or any other information we want to inform the restroom about in front? Not I close that door. We don't have any public in yet, but if the public does come in, we'll need them to sign in if they wish to speak. And if anybody is online, what is the process now for signing in for talking?
People will have had to pre-register through this meeting.
Okay. If somebody didn't pre-register and they wanted to talk, are they not allowed to?
They can register up until.
Okay, perfect. Any other administrative items to go over?
Just point out, be very careful coming up and down the steps, especially with the stage lights. They'll be in your face if you step in.
Okay, did we receive any testimony, concerns, anything from anybody in the public? That for items that are not on the agenda?
We did not.
Just keep moving along. Okay. Next item, thank you, Robert. Next item on the agenda is review and approval of our minutes from the previous meeting. Anybody that was in June? Anybody have any questions, comments, revisions from the June meeting? Hearing none, would anybody like to make a motion to approve the June?
This is Gwen Trice. I make a motion that we approve June meeting minutes.
The motion, is there a second?
I'll second.
Oh, motion and a second. All those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? I forgot to ask, are there any committee members online? Okay. All right, now we will review and approve the agenda for our current meeting. You shall have a copy in front of you. Are there any modifications to the agenda for today?
There is one modification to the agenda for today. Ryan Prochaska is ill, so he will not be joining us as a guest speaker, and John Goodenberg will be speaking on his topic, which is the classic community college preservation.
Great. Thank you. Got a motion to approve our agenda with that modification.
So,
Second.
Did you have a comment?
No, I was just.
Perfect. All those in favor? Aye. Any opposed? Great. All right, updates from the deputy shipper, Chrissy.
Thank you, Chair Slaybaugh. I wonder if Katie or Robert could just kind of comment on where we are today. It's kind of an unusual space for us to meet. We're at the Oddfellows building.
Right, we're with the Oddfellows building. This is a historic preservation and tax credit project. So the upstairs space is a ballroom space. It's currently used for yoga classes, dance classes, often classes facilitated by the Historia Arts and Movement Center. The ground floor is divided into a few different spaces, one of which is the Green Door Cafe, which will be catering our lunch today. The other one is a Sea Gypsy Gifts, and then the third is the 1015 theater space, which is where we are today. It's an adaptive reuse project within this building. And then I believe at lunch or after the meeting, depending on her availability, Jessamine, who's the executive director of the Astoria Arts and Movement Center, will be able to give us a look around the space. We'll be able to see behind the scenes.
And I believe this project was featured in Preservation Magazine recently, wasn't it? I think it was, yeah. Astoria is full of gems like this. It's a rich archive of built history. I'm going to focus my remarks on sort of broader issues, and then Ian can sort of talk about the office itself. I've got two things just to mention. One is it looks like we've got a representative who is going to sponsor a bill to reauthorize special assessment. Now, what that will actually look like and all the details are still in process, but that's good news. And I'm not sure how much more I can say about that until we sort of get some things nailed down. So that's in the works. And then the other issue is something bigger, and it's very focused on Section 106 of the National Historic Preservation Act, which compels federal agencies, much like NEPA does for environmental issues. It compels federal agencies to take into consideration the effects of their projects on cultural resources. There's the straightforward process that is based on regulations promulgated by the Advisory Council on Historic Preservation, which is a federal agency. And then they also develop program alternatives, which you've heard of programmatic agreements, things like that, that the SHPO negotiates with federal agencies to sort of streamline processes and make sure we're paying attention to the right things. And it helps projects move more quickly and more efficiently, and with the voices of the preservation folks also in play. Recently, there's been a program comment, which is a little bit different animal. It's initiated by the Advisory Council itself, which the chair of the Advisory Council, which has never happened before in the history of their existence. And it's very, very broad, and it relates to housing projects, climate-friendly transportation projects, and climate resilience projects, energy projects, green energy, clean energy projects, which from a broad perspective, what a great idea, right? I mean, we all know that those are really pertinent issues and really urgent issues to solve, and we like preservation to be part of the solution. But the SHPO is not involved in this program comment at all, which it gives federal agencies all the discretion and latitude that they want to have in consideration with the Advisory Council. It excludes SHPOs completely unless we happen to hear about a project that goes awry. And then we can and we can get involved. So it's a big problem. I've been spending a lot of time on this issue. I'm on the board of the National Conference of SHPOs. The program comment has been soundly rejected in most of its parts by the preservation community and also federal agencies who already have well-working programmatic agreements, existing agreements with their SHPOs that would be, there's really no process for sort of removing themselves from those agreements and using this program comment. It's, won't go into too much more detail except to say that it would, that it's going to start rising, to the top of the environmental issues, awareness, outlets. We're going to start reading about it. We did comment, the comment period ended October 9th. Oregon SHPO wrote a letter. Many SHPOs wrote letters, many agencies and organizations wrote letters. So we're sort of in a waiting game right now to see how the chair wants to handle it and how she incorporates our comments and either withdrawn piece program comment or a edited program comment. But it's a pretty big deal in the SHPO world. And it should be for every state, because if the SHPO is not involved in consultation with federal agencies on these very, very broad kind of types of projects, they don't have to even worry about ground that has been disturbed before. There's just a lot of things that that they're going to run into trouble. And that's what SHPO does, is we help them not step in it. So, and I will say too, that this is part of a broader trend. And you probably read about it in the news, a broader trend of both parties. It's not a partisan issue, but a lot of airtime has been given to the notion of streamlining permitting processes, both environmental, cultural resources. It's really across the board, endangered species. And it paints preservation as being sort of an obstacle to some of these really urgent problems in our society. But we saw yesterday at the Merwin that preservation absolutely can be a positive solution to problems such as affordable housing in smaller communities and many, many other ways too. So that's the message we're trying to, it's sort of gaining traction and it's not good news. So we're busy trying to focus on that. Yes, Julie.
Is there a place where we can read about this or?
Well, there's a lot of coverage on the advisory council's webpage.
Okay.
But you're probably not going to find anything, you know, more than their opinion on it. So I would look at, you can read the letters. The National Conference of SHPOs, Nick SHPO, has posted all the letters by permission on their website, and that will give you a really good sense of the broad perspectives. You know, we're not coming at this saying these issues aren't important.
Yeah.
We're coming at this saying the public needs a voice, the resources need a voice. That's what 106 is for. That's why it exists.
Thank you.
So I believe you can get to those letters without being a member of Nick SHPO.
Okay.
It's a public website, and it's NC. It's NC SACHP. Any other questions? Ian, you're
All right.
ready.
Thank you very much. So very happy to announce we are, as of September 11th, fully staffed at the Oregon SHPO. It's taken us a little over a year to get everyone on board, a total of 9 new hires, in addition to promoting Robert over to the review and compliance program. So he is the above ground reviewer there. And we've just hired Katie here in July. So she's your new Natural Register Program Coordinator. It leaves me with about 75% of the folks with a year or less in their positions, and 2 with 2 years or less, and only 3 staff with any experience beyond that. So 2025 is about making sure everyone is well trained. All the positions have very long life cycles on things. So for instance, from the point a nomination comes into listing is almost a year. So because of the long life cycles on our projects, it takes time to train. So we'll be spending most of 2025 training, but also with the amount of turnover and making sure we have resiliency. So cross training. So if somebody takes a vacation or is absent or whatnot, or we're just experiencing high volume in an area, that we've got that. So it's good to be fully staffed, but I don't expect to be at full capacity until maybe mid 2025 or the end of 2025. But it is good to at least have bodies in all the chairs, either virtually or in the office. So the other big thing, as we finally got out the 2033 Oregon State Historic Preservation Plan, you've got a copy right here. It's sent out a link to all of you as well. This document, they're either good for 5 to 10 years. We asked for and received a 10-year document because some of the goals here are pretty, they're long-term. 2 notable ones is basically going through the state laws and rules and getting those all updated, and that is not a super quick process. The other is developing a online database to advise all of our programs to look at that. This particular plan is really organized around a couple of key concepts. One is that it serves the entire heritage community. This is not just the SHPO work plan, it's a statewide work plan. And we define that heritage community as not only the traditional preservation programs that you might be familiar with, you know, CLGs, their local landmarks ordinances, Restore Oregon, but also cemetery organizations, museums, archives, any group that is a like cultural history group, which can be very broad. Those are all people who are players in this and often dip into multiple areas across all of our programs. The other broad definition that brings together everyone, and I think all of our programs, is this definition of cultural resources, which is buildings and structures and archaeological sites, you know, the things that you're reviewing in the National Register, but also artifacts, collections, beliefs, and traditions. And again, that encompasses everything we do on our what we call our heritage outreach, but also on the SHPO side. And I think that's really important to integrate that because a lot of organizations do multiple things, and it shouldn't matter to them when they call our office what our internal organizational structure is or what color of money we use to provide that service. So integrating that all into one piece is really important. The plan itself is divided into 4 issues that are problem statements or opportunity statements, or a little bit of both. And then there's clear and objective goals for each. And then there are objectives, which are the projects, and then the strategies for how we kind of carry this out, how it's organized. So we went from 10 to 4, a little more depth. Some of the goals might be a little squishy. And again, this is a statewide plan. The squishy ones are generally because other parties are going to execute it and or are responsible for it. We are play a supportive role, and it's not our place to go out and tell people how to do things or what to do. So it also makes it a little difficult maybe to record those types of things, but we think it's important we all do this work. That's really important for every organization to be able to do what it does best. And where you'll see it get most specific is with the kind of things that we can do. So for obvious reasons, amending the state regulations, like the National Register program, there's exactly one shop that can do that. That's us. So you'll see where we are exclusively responsible. It gets pretty specific. Couple of important things that came out in our public outreach that is kind of weaved throughout, not necessarily explicitly called out. Diversity, equity, inclusion, and access were really big issues that came up pretty much every outreach session we did. We did one specifically on that, but it came up at all times. Even though people might not have called it that, that's essentially what they were talking about. So that is a theme that pulled throughout the entire document. The other idea is this idea of preservation planning, which is how you get things done. People talking about, how do we get more money, or how do we get building preservation, or how do we preserve ideas or cultures? Well, it's all about the planning. And of course, that comes into another big thing we saw was disaster preparedness. People talking a lot about not only preparedness, but response and recovery, and the importance of cultural resources in that. And that, of course, has a huge planning component. Most of that is done on the front side. So that's kind of a brief overview of the plan. It's, believe it or not, not that many more words, than the previous one, although Park Service just keeps adding ads, each cycle through. But it's got, I think, a nice open layout, so that makes it a little more readable. But these are available online, and if you have the opportunity to distribute them through your organizations, or if you have a spot where you want a few copies to lay out for the public to take, we can go ahead and ship those to you. Mary would be the contact.
Did you know the language?
Oh, yeah, we've translated this document into Spanish. It's available online in Spanish, and we have the ability to translate it further. Part of the reason it has the real open layout is we had the money to pay for one layout. So the space allows for English, I found out, is a fairly compact language. Other languages take more space, and so we left that space to be able to translate it, because if I have to pay someone to move pictures, that starts to get really expensive very quickly. So a lot of that space not only looks beautiful, but does also kind of allows that expansion we need. So we do have the ability to do that. We also can make this document available upon request in other formats as well. So the agency has been made a commitment up front, not only in this document, but all of our documents. So we did translate in Spanish because at the time we did, that was probably the most pressing need. But we can do other documents in other languages if that's necessary. Any questions on this document?
Congratulations.
Thank you.
Yeah.
And last comment, you will see this again because Katie will be coming to you, as Robert did, talking specifically to you about the preservation plan as relates to the plan for the National Register program. You might see it through some other references, for instance, Curry comes to present grants, the lens that we're using to screen grants and whatnot. So if you want to get a good sense of like where the shop is heading overall, that front matter is kind of our little declaration of who we are, what we're doing, and where we're trying to get to. So if you would like to read the really wonky stuff, the Park Service like you to read, it's behind the issues and it has no pictures. So that's all the National Park Service requirement stuff that's in the back of these plans. Good information. The section that talked about historic resources, if you're looking just kind of a good overview of where we believe where we are with designations and survey and problems we're seeing or trends we're seeing. There's a pretty good discussion there. Jason Allen, who's no longer with us, put that together. So survey coordinator really assisted with that. It's pretty thorough.
I mean, he's still alive.
Yeah. He's still no longer. I'm not trying to kill people. All right. Thank you very much.
Any other comments from Shippo? Okay. All right, should we turn it over to our overview of the National Register process?
Yeah, Mary, would you be able to pull up my PowerPoint, please? The one titled Training. Okay, sounds great. And if not, I'll just give you a signal to change. Sadly, no. Sorry, this was working earlier.
Oh, there.
So, as you know, I'm Kate Abrams, and I'm the new National Register Program Coordinator at Oregon SHPO. And you go back one slide. This is a preview. So I'm excited to be kicking off our first meeting together by talking about an overview of the National Register process from the initial drafting through the acceptance by the Keeper of the National Register in Washington, D.C. So within the context of the process, I'm going to particularly be focusing on the committee's roles and responsibilities and all the reasons that we're gathered.
Would you mind telling me a little bit about it?
Sure. Yeah, I'm going to share a little bit about my learning. So many of you actually probably already know me from nominations that I've written and that you have reviewed. My background is as a consultant. I've worked in historic preservation for 6 years. 6 years now, I think, professionally. So a few years before that, you know, internships popping around. I worked in private industry, mostly compliance field, but National Register nominations. And National Register nomination has always been my favorite part of what I've done. The last 3 years, I've also been teaching National Register nomination courses at the University of Oregon, and I love working with students to get nominations from just an idea through to fully fleshed out final product. It's also one of my favorite things to teach because I think it touches on all of the tools in our preservation toolbox, from everything from survey and photography to building an argument to formatting, just everything is within this one document. So I'm very happy to be here and to be working with preparers to do that all the time. It's kind of a dream that it's my job now. And I'm very happy to be meeting all of you too. I just to get back to the other thing, sorry, we picked this comment or this topic based on committee member feedback from the June SACHP meeting. Always, if you have ideas for training, things you'd like to talk about more, let me know, and we can look into scheduling that for our next meeting. We thought this topic in particular would be good because we have a few newer members and a very new coordinator. So this is a good time for a refresher that we all have to play in this important process.
You got it.
I think I got it.
Yeah. So this is a visual, next one.
See you, Laura.
Hey, nice. Thank you. I'm gonna do one, Robert. So this is a visual overview of the National Register process as it is administered in Oregon. This graphic is probably really familiar. It's probably in your committee onboarding materials. It's also available on our website and we use it in presentations all the time. So in total, a successful nomination can take a year or more to move from inception to listed. And much of that work happens before this flowchart even starts. The initial research and drafting, field work, all of that compilation of that initial submission to the Oregon SHPO. We have 3 nomination cycles in a calendar year. So 3 draft. Not working. Sorry. Next slide. So 3 draft deadlines, each 3.5 months before the corresponding SACHP meeting. The deadline for nominations to be reviewed at today's meeting was July 1st, and our next submission deadline, which is for nominations to be considered at the February meeting, will be in just a couple of weeks on November 1st. And the deadline for consideration at the June meeting is March 1st. Following that initial submittal, our staff reviews each nomination draft for technical and professional sufficiency and completeness, and for its demonstration that the property in question meets the National Register criteria for evaluation. At this stage, almost all nominations need some revision to meet those thresholds. So SHPO staff prepare a memo for each submittal to guide preparers in their first revision opportunity. These memos are included in your review packets, so you've seen them before. If the preparers are able to make those revisions that are outlined in those memos within a few weeks of that initial submittal, the draft nomination is deemed complete, and then we move forward with scheduling it for review at our next SACHP meeting. So that means that all the nominations that are on the agenda for review today that you'll be considering this afternoon completed those required revisions by the end of this past July. So they were scheduled on today's agenda. For nominations that need some additional revisions at that point, we invite preparers to work on revisions for the next submittal deadline, the next review cycle, and we provide support for those revisions in the interim. Meanwhile, SHPO staff move forward with noticing those complete nominations to the public. As it says in the graphic, nominations are forwarded to certified local governments for review. We also notice the preparer, the owner, chief elected local official, and the public of an open comment period 7 days before the SACHP meeting. So the public notice for today's meeting went out all the way back the 2nd week of August, 70 days before today. That was also the time that the nominations were sent to you via email, mail, along with the agenda for today's meeting.
And where does that public notice go? Where does that happen?
So we post it on the website.
And that's it.
We post it in a couple places. Robert and Ian will be able to jump in. We do flash alerts
There's
posted on our
flash alert.
webpage.
There's written notices to each of the tribes for the National Register rule, and then all the other groups that Katie said, we do a general press release when we get a little bit closer, because there's a difference between public notice, which is required, and then promotion, which is something different. And we separate that out so it's not muddy, because of notices, public requirements, there's certain boxes that have to be checked. But we'll do press releases. It goes out on an e-blast on our Heritage News e-newsletter. So we'll advertise in several places. Public notice, though, because it's a very specific thing under public meeting law, is dealt on its own. The reason why it's 70 days out is we have multiple deadlines at 60, 45, and so the safe deadline is 70. Make sure we hit everything, and that checks all those notice requirements. And then, we advertise a little bit closer, it's a little more relevant, because I can see with questions like 70 days out, who's going to remember 70 days out that this is even happening? So we do separate those two processes.
And there's also a government transparency webpage for all public meetings that it gets posted to in the state. Another opportunity for people.
Our formal press release, for example. Leave October 2nd, so about 2 weeks before today. So we have another close to this.
Generally, if there's going to be media interest in the work of this committee, it's usually not upfront for the hearing. It's usually at listing. That's been my observation. That's when the media seems to be interested, unless you're dealing with something that's very controversial, then they're interested. But generally, that the interest is once it's listed, that's where we see the media pick up on different groups.
Good question. Following that public notice, if and when any public testimony is received, so objections, letters of support, comments from CLGs, SHPO staff forward those to you via email during that 70-day comment period, and then I'll also announce that during the hearing today. So next in our process is the big event, the SACHP meeting. These are all here. And as you know, this happened in mid-October, mid-February, and mid-June. The SACHP formally considers each nomination on the agenda and then assesses whether it meets certain standards, which we're going to discuss in more detail. Okay. If the SACHP recommends the nomination, the preparer then has another revision opportunity to incorporate any last comments. But by 90 days after this SACHP meeting, the Oregon SHPO must forward the complete final nomination to the National Park Service for their review. The National Park Service then has a 45-day window to perform their review and make their listing decision. And if the nomination is listed, then SHPO staff complete additional administrative and procedural steps, including additional public notice and things like posting the nomination to our online database and making sure it's accessible. Also things on the back end, making sure everything's organized administratively. So there is a series of steps that happen all in their own specified timeframes, but the part of the process that we're going to focus on for our training time today, is the reason we're here today, the SACHP meeting and the collaborative review and the formal consideration of nominations that happens during this meeting. So the directive for this review is in Oregon Administrative Rule 736, Chapter 50, Section 260, subsection 2. And after just over 3 months at SHPO, I do have this memorized. This says that SACHP must make a recommendation to the SHPO on whether the National Register nomination meets the following criteria. First, that all procedural requirements are met. Second, that the form is adequately documented. Third, that the form is technically and professionally correct and sufficient. And fourth, that the form demonstrates that the property meets the National Register criteria for evaluation, which are set by the National Park Service. The first criterion, that all procedural requirements are met, refers to those notifications that we were discussing, as well as the collection and recording of comments from CLGs, objections, letters of support, and all other public testimony. SHPO staff manage these, so if they're received before a meeting, as we mentioned, we'll provide them to you via email before the meeting date. And we also mentioned what kind of comments we receive during this presentation of each nomination that kicks off your deliberation, so that they're fresh in your mind.
I would mention there's a cutoff date for us to provide them to you. So if they don't get them to us within, I forget how many days of the meeting, they would be advised to bring them to you. Simply, that's just an administrative issue. Like prior to that change, we would receive comments the day up before this committee. No, so it backs up so that there's opportunity. Doesn't mean they can't bring the comments, it just simply means that we're not gonna forward it to you by email, they just need to bring it to you. You either provide it orally or bring their paper copies to provide.
And that's a great segue, because the next thing I was going to mention that we also provide opportunity for public testimony during the hearings, as you're all familiar. So after the staff presentations and before your deliberations, anyone who wishes to speak on the nomination may end up. If you have questions about procedural requirements, you can defer to staff and we can let you know the status of these. Slide, please. The next three criteria, they're really about the nomination form itself. So in order to talk about these more and understand what these things, technically and professional preference, what those adjectives mean, we're going to take a quick jaunt through a sample nomination to get a better idea. It's Mary. So, as you're very familiar with by now, the National Register nomination form contains 11 sections, as well as room for additional documentation, maps, figures, and photos. The first section gives the historic name of the property, which is the name during the period of significance, as well as any other names, and if applicable, the name of an associated multiple property documentation form. Not all nominations have this. Next is the location information, the address, the general location if it doesn't have a street address, city, state, zip code. And then finally, there are the sections for the SHPO and SHPO and network service to certify the nomination. At the time of the SACHP, we can have the boxes beside nomination and the level of significance and the applicable National Register criteria checked, but the rest of the sections remain blank until the SHPO or the National Park Service can be done. Slide, please. The next page is more data about the property. Section 5 is a classification, including ownership type, category, number of resources, both contributing and non-contributing. Section 6 records historic and current function or use, and Section 7 records the architectural classification and some basic materials information. The information that goes into this section, slide please, needs to be taken from the list of terminology in National Register Bulletin 16A, how to complete the National Register nomination form. In our review of the draft nomination, SHPO staff do check to confirm that the terminology from this bulletin was used to fill out these sections, and we do our best to check for accuracy against the photos and the narrative information in the nomination. But that doesn't mean to skip over these in your review. You're bringing your own diverse experience, your diverse expertise and insight, as well as a fresh set of eyes. So it's always a good idea to check these and to confirm that they make sense against the information in the rest of the nominations, particularly the photos and the narrative information. Slide, please. So speaking of narrative information, section 7, that description section where we have the information about building materials and style, that continues. It also includes a narrative section that follows those fill in blanks. So this is divided into, perfect. That's divided into a section as well as a longer narrative description. So for completeness, this section needs to describe the setting, the style, the age, the physical features of the property, with careful attention to those features. It also needs to describe any alterations, and it needs to provide an analysis of the property's integrity. It also needs to be logically organized. When you're reading this, a reader can follow. One thing to have all the information there is another to get logical.
I think it's important to point out too, every historic property is uniform. I mean, they are all unique by definition, and while there might be a decent format to start with, perhaps, or a structure or something like that. As long as it's laid out logically and you can follow it, if the author chooses to take a different approach, I would encourage you to go with it, right? You know, as long as you can understand and it's laid out, there might have been a very logical way in how they're trying to support section 8 going through it. It's not a creative writing exercise, section 7, but at the same time, you know, I would be, you know, we tend to coach towards formats that tend to work, but it's important, you know, to allow for a certain variability for what might suit that property best. Or when you got something unusual like a submarine or a statue, or you know, obviously those are going to be described completely differently. So, you know, we encourage the committee to keep in mind to evaluate each property when you're looking at these various sections, does it make sense for this particular plan?
Hearing that, I'm reminded of one nomination that I wrote for the Mary Hill Stonehenge replica in Goldendale, Washington. Describe.
Yeah.
It doesn't have a typical plan, all the buildings that I. Slide, please, Mary. So next up is section 8, which, as you know, is usually the meatiest part of the nomination. It starts off with this page, which I've heard some people have been in called the boxes and blanks page. This is really kind of like a high level technical summary of the nomination significance argument. So on the left at the top, we have a series of checkboxes for the applicable National Register criteria significance. Criterion A for events, trends, B for association with the life of a significant person, C for artistic, architectural, or engineering merit, or as the work of a master, and D for information potential. To be eligible for listing in the National Register, a nomination has to make the case for a property's significance under at least one of these criteria. Below that are checkboxes for the applicable criteria considerations, if any. We're going to see one nomination today, I believe, that has a criteria consideration. Criteria considerations describe types of properties that are not usually considered eligible for listing in the National Register, except under very specific circumstances, which are outlined in National Register Bulletin 15. Those are set by the criteria considerations. So for example, criteria consideration A says that properties that are owned by a religious institution or used for religious purposes usually aren't eligible for the National Register, unless they're significant for a reason other than their religious values, significant for the events or trends that they're associated with the person or for their architectural merit. In that case, you would check that box, explain it in the nomination, and then make your argument.
You have a question? Why isn't there a box for numbers?
I have that question too, Steve.
Yeah. Because every time I have to go hunt.
It's on the front page.
It's on the front.
Yeah, it's on the front
The
page.
SHPO's
Yeah.
secretary. I have to do that as a preparer too, though,
Yeah.
because I remember when I first started preparing nominations, the form says, don't check anything in box 3 or 4.
Yeah, so I. Poison.
Right, so as a preparer, you need to make sure to
Yes.
mention that in the significant summary. Which one we talked about, but, I don't have an answer for why.
And no getting any changes in life. Too difficult.
Yeah, changing this form might literally require.
We know why the religious institutions typically are.
I can answer that. So what the Park Service is trying to avoid is recognition of a religion for its own merit. So saying, the practice of Catholicism is significant. But for instance, when we list churches, churches often, this is a great example. So we listed a number of African-American churches in Portland. They were significant for their community activism. Sure, they were there as a religious organization. They shared that belief system. But those nominations argue that as an organization, in one specific case, John Blake property, but that they formed and made significant contributions to the civil rights movement as an organization in Portland. So that was their contribution. So generally, that's why they don't. It's trying to keep the federal government from raising one religion, making one religion more important than another. But generally, because religious organizations, when they form, they tend to reach out to the community. They also build great buildings a lot of times. Architecturally significant buildings. Or they provide community supportive services. We do see a lot of churches listed, but you'll see in the nomination, there's usually, it'll briefly acknowledge whatever religious practice and maybe how that might inform their outreach or might inform their other activities. It's usually pretty brief in those nominations because of that.
So do you always have to have an A, B, C, or D, and then you can have something else too? Or can you only have something else?
You always have to have an A, B, C, and or D.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
And if the property falls into set of the categories.
So it could be a gorgeous church, right, under C, because it's really unique, got it, church, but it's gonna have A too.
And the amount of justification, because Katie will get to this section where that justification happens, really depends on how complex it is. So in your particular example, that's the easy one. where you can simply say, look, we're just nominating for its architecture. It's gorgeous. Look at it. You know, it's so, and that's a sentence, right? Some of the other things where, especially if the congregation has a, you know, within their religious belief structure, something that, you know, compels them to some towards that kind of outreach, there's a little more of a nuanced discussion of, apart from the religion, they're doing these things. And so you have, you know, and it depends on the religion and the practice and what they did, but there's a little more dance in trying to separate those out. So you might have a more full paragraph. It kind of gets to my previous comment on section 7. We don't advocate a formula. These each are uniform. It's like, what are you arguing? How are you arguing it? Please don't give us any more words than you absolutely must. But then don't short shrift either. And so that's a lot of work that Katie and formerly Robert did was, okay, what's the right amount of information here to kind of, you know, give these criteria considerations. Park Service looks at the criteria considerations though, pretty close. Remember, they're saying they aren't eligible unless is the argument.
You can just add to what Ian said too, for religious properties, they can be significant under religion. Just think of broader trends, like for this particular sect, this was the place that then influenced the whole country. Like that is a possibility as well. It's just
Thank you, Robert.
a really focused arguments.
And that requires a certain amount of justification. So and that's
like criteria A and then criteria consideration A. Right?
Yeah, the second Great Awakening started.
Yeah, thank you for providing that.
So Robert mentioning this could be significant in the area of religion. It's a good segue to the right side of this page, which is the area of significance. This, like to fill in the blanks in section 6 and 7, the categories for this section are provided in National Register Bulletin 16A. We also have an update from May 2021. A lot of sections of this bulletin have not been updated for a while, and so we have a few other options, such as social history, LGBTQ plus history, which again, we'll be looking at a nomination significant in that area today. A nomination needs to demonstrate that a property is significant within at least one of the defined areas in National Register Bulletin 16A in order to be eligible for listing. So just like you need at least one applicable significance criteria, you also need at least one area of significance.
Katie, can I add one thing really quick? One is that the National Park Service is actively engaged in updating Bulletin 15, 16A, and 16B, like it's happening. And two, sometimes you have a nomination and you have their section 8 goes into like the developmental history, and you find yourself getting sucked into the story of this property and isn't this cool? But they never actually address the areas of significance. So if you really want a shortcut to if this nomination is doing what it's supposed to do, flip back to your area of significance and then flip forward to your section 8. You need to see each of them there and addressed.
Thanks, Susan. Next is the period of significance. So that two things, the length of the time when a property was associated with those important events, activities, persons, the period in which it attained this characteristic. It can also be the period by which significance was attained. So I always think that Darcel 15, many of you reviewed that nomination. I think that's a very interesting case of this, where the period of significance argued by this time, the property had achieved the significance for which it merits listing in the National Register. So it doesn't always have to be the complete length of an association. I think that's a good example because at the time, Darcel 15 is still operating right now, right? And Darcel 15 herself was still alive at the time of the nomination, was still performing at that venue, but the nomination successfully argued by this earlier period, the significance had been attained. So there are two ways to look at that period of significance. Period of significance can be just a single year. That's often the case for properties that are significant under criterion C, where the date of completion is often the period of significance. It can also be a range of dates, or it can be a discontinuous range of dates. If there are multiple different significance criteria and areas of significance, you might see two different periods of significance or more theoretically. The next section defines any significant dates. Significant dates always need to fall within the period of significance, but that that's a place where the author might give a little bit more information about why certain beginning and end dates were chosen, or any dates within that period that themselves have particular significance. The last three sections, these are not always filled out. So if the property is eligible under criterion B, the significant person with which it's associated needs to be identified. Under significant person, we only identify someone there when the property is significant under criterion B. Similarly, if the property is significant under criterion D only, then a cultural affiliation needs to be identified here. And then finally, the architect, builder, designer, or artist needs to be listed in the last section, if that's applicable to the property that has an architect or designer, and if their identity is known. So all in all, these checkboxes and blanks serve as a kind of cover page for the rest of section 8. Next slide, please, Mary. This is the narrative portion. So this section begins with three sections. I was thinking of this during your comment, because this is one of the places you go to see quickly, does the nomination make the case? So first, it starts out with a short, to the point explanation and justification of the period of significance. It explains why those beginning and end dates were selected and why the period between them is significant within the context of this property. Then there's an explanation for any applicable criteria considerations that were identified on the previous page. This example nomination, this is one that I worked on. This had a period of significance that extended into 50 years before the writing of the nomination. So criteria consideration G was applicable. So we explained why it was applicable. If there were no criteria considerations, someone would just write not applicable and keep moving on. Finally, there is a paragraph summarizing the significance argument. And in some ways, this is the most important part of the nomination because if done correctly and sufficiently, this paragraph provides all the most important information. So all that stuff we saw on the previous page, also level of significance, but it explains how everything fits together to build that case. So it needs to be complete, but it also needs to be very succinct because all the detailed information to support the summary on our next slide in the narrative portion of section 8. So we call this the context for the nominations argument, and it should give developmental history of the property and thematic context so that the preparer can establish whether or not the property is indeed significant within a significant context. So something I always talked about when I'm teaching, you have to have a property that's significant within its context, and the context itself needs to be significant. So the preparer really needs to make both those arguments and demonstrate both those things through the evidence they present. If a property is eligible under a multiple property documentation form, as this example, the thematic context can be more abbreviated because a lot of that work was already done in the MPD. So if you remember, this one is listed under the African American Resources in Portland, Oregon MPD. So that MPD gives a lot of background on the development of Black businesses in Portland. This property was a Black business that developed in the post-World War II period. So that context could be really abbreviated. It's already done, it just refers back. In lieu of a more detailed context, then this nomination gives an explanation of how the property meets the requirements of the applicable MPD. This is something we can talk more about in a future training too, because we do have a couple MPDs on the docket in future meetings. Following the narrative statement of significance, in section 8 is a bibliography. It's all your major references. These should also be cited in section 7 and 8 where they're used. And this is followed by section 10, the geographical data. People skip over this sometimes, but this can be one of the most important sections. It's about both location and space and boundaries. So this section needs to include the area of the nominated property, the latitude and longitude coordinates, and a justification for the selection of those boundaries, which explains why those boundaries make sense in the context of the significance argument in section 8 and the integrity analysis too.
We pay close attention to this, but and I'll cover a little bit in my presentation because in Oregon there's land use implications to the listed property. It's important to make sure we're selecting the right boundary for the context. And it's the boundary from the National Park Service. It does not take into account ownership. It's about the context. So, for instance, we had a ranch complex that you guys reviewed several meetings ago, and one of the buildings, significant buildings, was on someone else's property. Park Service bounced that right back and said, you know, we too have Google Maps and we can see that it's there. And, sorry, you don't get to, you know, regardless of what the property boundary is, you either nominate the property or you don't. And so it's important, you know, that's kind of a wonky section, but it's important to make sure that when you read through that context, that early material is like, okay, does the boundary make sense? Do we have the things? Without being greedy, we should, you know, it's like, oh, the farm is 700 acres. Yeah, but the farm sits right here, you know, so it's,
Or the rest of it doesn't have integrity.
yeah, exactly.
Consider that.
And districts too, they come in, I mean, this is like this little tiny sort of at the very end of the form thing, and it has tanked more nominations than I can even remember.
It is,
So
it's the number one thing.
it's a kickback. Yeah, it's a really big deal.
Yeah, they read that super, super closely. So making sure that, you know, when you work through these, you know, we try to do the best we can, obviously, but you know, if it, with all your expertise, if you look at it, you go, well, that makes sense, or actually live there, or I've been by there, what are they doing?
It's also a thing that will kick a nomination back to you guys for, like if you, you know, you make your deliberation, you make a recommendation, back to me and, and we want to, and, you know, you guys, maybe you'll say, you know, we're not sure the boundaries are right. Can you work on this with the preparer? It has to come back to you if it's a boundary issue.
And it will, I'm just thinking about our reviewer, who, is very, thorough. Yeah. And if boundary isn't described properly, comes back, and it's like being at sea, it's not a demand. Just do what he said, and then you're done.
And part of the reason the boundary is so very important is how they use this. So I'll just use perhaps the most extreme example, but like, for instance, you know, you have a disaster in an area and FEMA is doing its cultural review compliance. They want to know where it is. You know, one, this has to be accurate. So if some of the hurricanes we've had, if the property is completely raised, they need to be able to go there and see. I see that it is no longer, we don't know where it is, probably down, blown across the state, but we can see that it's not there. Or when they're trying to figure out how to apply aid or any number of things, those boundaries are really important. So if they are sloppy or if they are incorrect, it slows down that process, it slows down any number of federal planning processes and other kinds of things. And so it's for good reason the Park Service is really, really tight on this thing.
And it can also include more, like, if you remember some of the other returns, like the golf club house, right? It's like, well, the building is what they're nominating, but the boundary was so tight, and the Park Service is like, well, hold on, yeah, you're not nominating the course, but can't just nominate the building because their setting is important, right? So it's sometimes not even just physical part of it. So if it says like, there's a buffer of 5 feet around the building, like, pay attention to that kind of stuff.
They are very, they look for gerrymandering of debt boundaries. They look closely for that. So if they suspect that someone is, you know, if they're looking at boundaries and has weird cutouts, they want to know why the weird cutouts. And you should ask too, you know, if you're looking at districts like, why, you know, show me the picture of why this does this or why this does that. There could be a very justifiable reason, but that's
why we have a section to justify the boundary.
yeah, exactly.
If it's done well, you won't have those questions. So, real quickly through the next couple sections with section 11, just to prepare his name, contact information, and then finally this introduces what we call additional documentation. So at a minimum, the regional and local location maps, tax lot maps, site plan, floor plans, if the resource is a building or a structure. We don't always have floor plans, such as that Mary Hill Stonehenge that I mentioned. And then for districts for large multi-resource properties, a map showing the location for which the photographs were taken.
Keep in mind also for the unusual properties, it's not the bounds to ask for an equivalent. So I'll use the USS Blueback as an example. Submarine over there at sea. Obviously, floor plans don't make sense, but they did include a really nice cutaway with labels for those of us who aren't sailors of what all these wingdings and things are called, right? You know, so you could follow the nomination. So obviously, you know, so be thinking of, you know, we will coach them on those types of things, and we don't want to add too much in the appendices because the appendices should be supportive but not exhaustive. You know, a lot of that's research material. That's great. Archive it. You know, we want supportive materials. If nominations get burdensome, if, for instance, you include every Sanborn fire insurance map, what are the key ones you need to include? But for unusual properties, it's perfectly okay if you don't see something. It's like, hey, you know, like if you saw that nomination, it didn't have a graphic. I have no idea what you're talking about. You know, I'm not a sailor. I don't know anything about submarines. You know, how do we see that? So it might be appropriate, for instance, like the bridges too. They're really technical. They have some good drawings or maybe some close-ups that would show the types of things they're talking about. Because we would coach the nomination in section 7 to use the proper language for things, you know, to be accurate, even though it might define it in text. So.
Could we go back to us on the slide?
Yes, Mary.
Just a general question on the form prepared by, are we primarily receiving these from groups like, organizations that create these for people, like contracting groups, or are they from, municipalities or from property owners themselves? Or how would you describe who the preparers are for getting these?
That's a great question. That might be that I wanted for Rob. He's been doing this longer. In my opinion. People who are doing this professionally and people who this is the only nomination they're and it's the property they care a lot about, they work for it. And it's their first, but that's a broader view of this thing. It's been longer than a few months.
That's right, it's everybody, you're getting all the same. So there's a local government for a CLG program that they somehow have managed to do it themselves. It's happened. Like the Coos Bay one, we've kind of gotten some city support where they're doing that, and then federal agencies. So if they're doing some sort of mitigation or something, they'll staff archaeologists might be writing it, and then
Or section 110.
Section 110 related, yeah. Or the private homeowner. We've long tried to get anybody to be able to do this, they make it as accessible as possible, and it's really KB's for lawyers, but like give them as much support as you can.
Tribes too.
Tribes.
I just have one comment, and that has to do with, because I see this every time. At least somebody, whatever nominations we review. A map has scale, otherwise it's a diagram. And you see this over and over again, or, you know, the missing north, which is less. You have to have scale. I also wanted to ask you too about, because this has come up often in the background about section 9. I don't tend to offload every reference in 9. It says major, I think, for a reason, but we've seen this trend lately where newspapers.com, it's driven by newspapers.com, and then the whole thing is dropped 9 to 12 pages of just references that, unless you have newspapers, you can't really look at.
So that we dealt with in a couple of different ways. If you're using Chicago manual site, which is you can, the footnotes are the specific articles, and then the bibliography is just the general reference by publication.
Yeah.
So that's something that we, if that's a preference of the committee, we can coach people to go ahead and do that. That's easy enough to do. But yeah, I mean, that's the traditional approach. Some people like a little more complete bibliography, where they would list every single resource out. I was trained on the serial resource approach, so if I was using minute books of whatever, I would say minute books of the IOF of, chapter blah, 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 this year to this year, and then I would cite the individual citations. But I think it's the main thing we're looking for with citations is it consistent? We really push back against mixing, you can't do, and Chicago and APA, one or the other, please. And then completeness is, we don't necessarily check every single reference, but you get a good sense of whether things are accurate.
I was just gonna add to both with the maps and the bibliography. Some people will put stuff in there just to check that box. And to Steve's point, if a map isn't readable, it shouldn't be in there. It needs to be useful. Same with bibliographies. If you can't find it, if you want to look something up, that's what it's there for. So don't put it in if it's not going to be a thing that you can use.
That's what I was going to say. As a researcher, it's really important. Like the most important goal of the bibliography is to make that research replicable. There are some cases, you mentioned you know, sometimes people just reference newspapers.com, not everyone has access to that. If there's a particularly critical newspaper article, like the full significance argument rests on that, we might encourage people to include that as a figure if it's not easily accessible. They can find multiple paywalls or that somebody found in a scrapbook somewhere. If you really think for someone to do that research, there are special cases like that where we say, yeah, that would make a good figure. But we don't want it, what Ian says, you know, every newspaper article. There is a figure.
Especially, like you said, the gap in the literature. And we all can think of examples of it where it's something new that really been brought to.
And not easily.
And it's not also really your purview, but also these nominations become the foundation for other programs. So say they're doing a big tax project and they're trying to rely on the thing that says, hey, here's where you find what the photos look like, and you can't find them, right? So I mean, you know, that's sort of in the back of Katie's head too, of just like thinking bigger picture of that, but yeah. Tier one, the critical ones, make sure that those are.
That we are over time.
We can take a little time out of the procedures conversation. I think it'll take less than the hour. How much overtime are we?
Is that?
No, it's just fine.
Oh, question about that, because we didn't cover photos. And I've noticed that in a couple of cases where photos are embedded in the text, in the narrative information. I see an upside to that and a downside. The downside being vision. I think it starts floating in.
The National Park Service released updated guidance on photos in, I think, January this year, so pretty recently. And their current policy is that in-text photos are okay as long as they are repeated at the end of the nomination. So you can't have like embedded photos that then don't appear. Mary, could you go forward a few slides, please? Keep going. Keep going. Keep going. Keep going. Keep going. So they also have to appear at the end in this.
With that said, if there's a strong, we saw no reason to, you know, I tell staff, if we put it in the guidelines, you better be ready to enforce it. And so we're selective on what we choose to go, you must or you don't. Again, to Robert's accessibility comment, the more rules we put in place, the harder it is to clean. So, but if the committee has a strong preference on that particular issue, photos in or photos out, or any of these kinds of things, we do have discretion to the SHPA. We get to within the box the National Park Service say, and in Oregon, this is how it is. But generally, we're going to try to have as few of those as possible that are the Park Service requirements, because again, everyone we add is another barrier to people being able to do their own documents, because it makes it just a little more difficult, So if you have very strong preferences, go ahead and let us know, because Katie's going to be, it's probably a separate discussion. Katie is going to be updating our guidelines. You know, we can have that discussion. But just so you know, that's generally how we approach these.
The other question is, do we have to, because cameras, at least one, very expensive to shoot in RAW. And is that now a requirement, or can you lapse back to the old days with black labels on the back?
The answer is no, Steve.
Oh. The good old days.
Park Service wants paper nothing.
Yeah.
So.
That's what that on the tape. That's not just those two. Like, it's easier for us all. So, you saw Mary go through all the additional documentation at the end. SHPO staff do confirm that nominations have all these pieces as part of that, deeming them sufficiently complete to be scheduled for the SACHP review. But at the end, it could be, I mean, you referred to, it is still really important to review all of these portions of the nomination to ensure that they make sense and that they provide sufficient support to the nomination, especially like, do you have enough photos to support section 7? Do you need a diagram, or is the site map sufficient? Does the map give you a good idea of the setting, or do we maybe need to change the scale? They also need to correspond to section 10, the geographical information. So the boundary description, you need to be looking at those maps to make sure that the boundary that's described in section 10 really matches what's mapped in the additional documentation.
There's a lot of coordination between all the sections. Getting
And
It's important to point out what comes to you is, technically complete and worth considering. But it's not a requirement before it gets to you that it's absolutely eligible for listing in the National Register. That's kind of your job to figure that out. So it's our job to get it in good enough shape for you to consider. Now, if we think something truly isn't eligible, we'll have a discussion with the parent saying, this might be a hard sell. This may not go. But they have right to the access this system, this process. So we'll help them make the best argument they can, and then it just goes up one. So.
That was what I was gonna say too, is when you get a nomination that doesn't check all these boxes, it doesn't mean that we didn't ask the preparer to do the thing. Sometimes they just either don't have time, they don't want to do it, or whatever reason, they like just send it to the committee. I'm not going to do any more work on it. They might be a consultant who's run out of their money or any number of reasons. And but if they hear it from you, and usually you can tell by looking at the memos that we've put in your packet, whoa, they already asked for that, but it's not in here. What's going on? Feel free to ask for it again.
A lot of what will come to you is when they've met the bare minimum, right? Because we have to be, if we were going to bar someone from coming up before this committee, we have a very, very good reason to be able to land on. But there's that gray area between, because it's, every property's a unicorn. It's like, okay, they meet the bare minimum, but is it great? Does it make the case? But it does meet the bare bar for you to consider it. So
there was a lady once who wanted to nominate her house for herself under criterion B,
I remember that.
which isn't it's just really not enough. But honestly, I don't remember if she pursued it or not, but we had made the decision that if she did, we were going to move it forward. This is a public process, and I think it's super important to remember that when you get a nomination where maybe it's, we don't want to be the thesis committee from hell. That's not our thing. It's not what we want to do. You're going to find this fine line between, I wouldn't say it that way, but I can understand what they say. So it's going through, or I'm not going to nitpick it, or, and you'll find that balance in your own self, because we all look at things differently. But just remember that from a public program perspective, it's not required for it to be beautifully written every time, or even, it just needs to be understandable.
It needs to be adequately
It needs to be adequate.
technically and professionally correct and
Exactly.
sufficient, and demonstrate that the nominated property is the National Register perfect for evaluation. Mary, could you do one more slide for me, please? I wanted to break down what each of those mean, because there are very broad terms. So what do you actually think about when you're thinking about, is the form adequately documented? So having looked at the form now, we've already talked about a lot of these things, but really it means, have all the required sections of the form been completed? Is there something everywhere there's supposed to be something? And is there not something in the places there's not supposed to be something? Does the nomination contain enough information to describe the property and its integrity in section 7? And does it contain enough information to support the significance argument in section 8? Or having read through it, are you left with questions that make you think, hey, I need some more evidence, or I need some contextual information, more connection in order to make sense? Also, are all the maps there? And are they enough for the reader to understand the physical location and the extent of the property? And then finally, are the photographs there, and do they provide adequate visual coverage of the nominated property and of all of its major character and features? Next slide, please.
Katie, can you send us that list? We all have that.
Yeah.
Really helpful.
Yeah, that's fine. Mhm.
Yeah.
Showed it in a public meeting.
Thank you. Still learning all the rules. So the next criterion is similar. These together, it just goes a little deeper. So the form not only needs to be adequately documented, but it needs to be technically and professionally correct and sufficient. And practically, this means not only are all the sections of the form filled out, but are they filled out accurately, and are they filled out according to the instructions in those National Register bulletins? So is the information in section 7 and section 8 filled out to those standards? And also, is it logically organized? Like we talked about, like, can a reader actually follow it? Not only is the information there, but can you make sense of it? Are the citations clear and are they adequate, like we talked about, so that a future researcher could follow that path and have a reasonable chance of locating the sources that were used? Is the geographic information correct? Do the maps include all those required elements? As Steve mentioned, do they have a scale bar? Do they have a north arrow? Do they have labels for the property? And then finally, are all the figures and the photos appropriately formatted and captioned so you know what you're looking at? Altogether, this kind of information should lay a foundation for the evaluation of the fourth final criterion for SACHP's consideration, which is, does the nomination form demonstrate that the nominated property meets the National Register criteria for evaluation? So this is again where those section 7 and 8 summary paragraphs really come in handy, because what this question is asking is, does the nomination make the case? Is the property actually significant, and does it have the integrity to communicate that significance? Those two things together, significance and integrity, make the property eligible. So things to consider include, does the nomination make the case for significance under criterion A, B, C, and or D in one of the areas of significance defined by National Park Service? This should be answered in section 8. Where applicable, have the criteria considerations been sufficiently addressed? Does the period of significance make sense? Is it adequately justified? And has the appropriate level of significance been identified? Then finally, with regard to integrity, does section 7 of the nomination make the case that the property has sufficient integrity to its period of significance to communicate its significance? So those are the 4 criteria for consideration. I have like a very quick review and discussion to shed a little more light on your role in the National Register nomination process, specifically in the consideration and recommendation of draft nominations that will take place at our hearings this afternoon. On the SHPO side, I can speak a little bit about our staff's role in this meeting, and then Chrissy and Robert and Ian, I hope you jump in and add anything. My understanding now, we provide you with the nomination drafts, the corresponding testimony that we receive, objections, CLG review comments, all those things to inform your review. We also give a short introductory presentation on each nomination at the beginning of each hearing. And then we're available during discussions to help with technical questions. While we don't participate in the vote, we are here to participate in the discussion as that is helpful to you. Yeah. Yeah, I just thank you. Your expertise and your review of these nominations is a really critical part of this process. We could not move quality nominations forward without you.
This is definitely not a rubber stamp exercise. You are making your recommendation back to me, and I mostly, I mean, I can count the number of times in almost 10 years that I've been the deputy, that I've disagreed with this committee, but I have occasionally. So it's not a rubber stamp. We really want to know what you think. Your perspective matters.
I guess I've always known that, but that's nice to hear it reiterated, because I often think, are they, you know.
Here's the other thing too. Sometimes we work with these for years,
Mhm,
and if any project you work with for years, sometimes you start reading what you want to read,
mhm.
what you think is there.
Right.
So you miss details, you miss kinds of things, and when it comes to a brand new group of 9 experts, you go, there appears to be something missing here, or there's a jump in logic, or, you know, sometimes you're in nomination, I don't get it. Like, you know, like I am not following why this is important. You know, and those are all great questions. Or you have a particular depth of knowledge in a certain field area, like, I actually know this pretty well, and this context is, or it's incomplete, or it's, you know, and you can just kind of speak up. That's why we try to look for the diversity and experience, you know, professionally, personally, and interests across this group, because we're trying to get the broadest range, because, you know, you get just about everything, right? You know, and staff, there's only so many of us looking at these, and we kind of know what we know, and we don't know what we don't know. So it's good to have this group to go ahead and look at.
I just foresee a time in the future where the National Park Service limits how many we can nominate each year. Like, is there any reason why they would put a limitation on it?
No.
No. We run out of buildings, maybe.
I will say I've seen the volume decrease significantly.
Yeah.
Through it crashed. It was going down before the pandemic. It crashed during the pandemic. But for instance, we get a weekly list every Thursday of what's been listed in the National Register. All the SHPOs do, and then would it have like 12 on this list? I mean, the usual list was 30. You know, back in 2018, it's 30 to 40 a week, every week.
Across the country.
Across the country.
Yeah.
But I will say that, the trend is changing toward what people are nominating. So we're seeing more, cultural heritage sites, coming forward as opposed to just a building because of its architecture. So we're looking at landscapes and, you know, we don't see it as much. We are seeing some of that here, but just nationally, that's the trend. They're looking at, sites that may not have anything there anymore, but the place was important. And, you know, there's a big discussion about, well, is that an appropriate property for the National Register of Historic Places? Sometimes it is, sometimes it isn't. But those are the kind of things people are more concerned about now, is a more holistic definition of what's important to a culture. Yeah, it's not just the built environment anymore.
Has there been any uptick on archaeological sites? Nominated?
I mean, we see, I mean, you'd be a better, actually, what do you think?
There are certain states that are doing a lot more than others. So there are a couple states that actually have an archaeologist on their ANFR team, like added their job. Honestly, it's like maybe Wisconsin is one of them or something. So
They
there's
have underwater archaeologists.
Yeah.
And at their ship, yeah.
So there definitely are some that we're seeing, but I think just as a trend, it's not very large.
Archaeology also is tricky in that a lot of tribes just simply say, we don't need your recognition.
Yeah.
You know, that is a valid, you know, we don't need to participate in it, but also because the Park Service requires transparency, so unredacted documents to go with all the named parties, they're just not interested in sharing that level of information necessarily with everyone. So for instance, if they were to nominate a large archaeological district and they're now sort of private property owners, every single private property owner gets an unredacted version of that nomination. Now, there are ways for a tribe to choose to write, you know, I would say you don't have to put everything in the nomination. You just need to put enough to make the case. And so there's a possibility to do that. And sometimes there isn't. And tribes also have many reasons for not nominating things. Historic archaeology, a lot of it tends to be on public lands. And so it's trying to convince the agency among all the things they're supposed to do, that this is something that they should do. You know, Chrissy mentioned 110, 106, that's usually where we get them. I can tell you when we get archaeological nominations, boy, Trump picks those up. They're very popular. They get spread everywhere. People get interviews. They're very excited about them.
Yeah.
So there's a huge public interest. And we did the outreach for the plan. There's a huge public interest. There's just a lot of functional barriers for actually doing them. And the investigations to prove it are often very expensive and labor intensive and time consuming in a way that
And invasive.
and invasive. Like for instance, I could coach someone who's never done a nomination before to do a house nomination. I can't do that for archaeology. Here's a shovel, go figure it out. I mean, that's not going to work. You know, so there's a lot of barriers.
It's also hard to interpret them. I mean, you have to have a framework in place for protection of the property once you tell people where it is. So, Jack.
Is that is that a major reason? A lot of times you see the determination of eligibility rather than the formal.
Yeah, it is.
Forwarded.
Yeah, so I mean, we have a goal in the plan doing more archaeological nominations with the full realization that's going to take a heck of a lot more time and a lot more money to be able to do those because of all the difficulty. And it's going to take a lot of work with partners to find partners to convince that this is a good thing to do and that they want to do it. So, you know, there's, we're not going to impose nominations on people who don't want to do them. So developing the partnerships, convincing this is a good thing for them to do, and then developing them, it's kind of it's a train, we gotta get moving, and we're getting more traction on it, but there's a lot of barriers, so.
And just to add to, just speaking to just Oregon, the way that we collect archaeological data is set up in a way that you can't just copy and paste it into a nomination form here. And so there are also some additional barriers where for the project that they're hired for and doing whatever it is they're doing and how they're collecting it, it would take them a lot more. So somebody really needs to be like, my end goal is nomination, not getting an archaeological permit to deal with what I'm doing or that. So I think and that's something that staff can kind of think about as like what we are asking for to approve the different pieces. We did want to increase it. But that's another question.
There's also that, and this is why we need archaeology represented on the state advisory committee, is that sometimes you have a property that has both components and you have to decide, I mean, almost every house has an archaeological component to it, but you're not going to ask a preparer to say, oh, you've only got it under criterion C. Could you go back and, hire a company to excavate your backyard and list it under D? We're not going to do that. It just needs to meet one criteria to be listed. But having said that, that archaeological perspective on some of these landscape issues and some of these like Championship State Park is an archaeological district.
Right.
It's also got some built environment on it, but it's a district. And of course, it's public land and it's protected, but and also archaeology is protected by state law. And so there isn't that compulsion to, we have to list it to protect it, like the notion of, especially local designation. People use that to actually protect a property. Archaeology is already protected under state law.
If this group is interested, Kate started this presentation with, if there's anything you'd like to follow on, the state archaeologist, John Pauly, does a killer presentation on eligibility of archaeological sites. And he's written a couple, and he would be thrilled to come and give his presentation. He's got anything from a 30-minute quickie to a full workshop. So you can kind of request what you might like from him, and I can chat with him, and we can schedule him to come in and have that conversation with you if you're interested. We can also talk about section 7 adequacy, section 8, any of that. I did want to add this last comment here is we generally let people write their own nominations. I've had a comment about letting people kind of, as long as it makes sense and checks the criteria, do what they do. But I do ask staff for the section 7 and 8 summary, section 10 and criteria considerations. Those are the pieces the Park Service looks at really closely, and I encourage all of you to look at that closely. Our reviewer says, hey, that's the part I look at, and if it doesn't make sense, then I go digging for the problem, because those are the strict sections. But I do ask staff to be pretty heavy-handed in edits in those, because we do know Park Service looks at those. So whereas we might be a little more hands-off in other sections, I would prefer to look at the sections that must be right.
That's a really good point. I did a detail in the National Register shop back in DC in 2013. And it was really interesting to see how they work. Our reviewer doesn't he doesn't read every nomination. They have a couple of technical people who look at those summaries, and they look at the form and are they matching up? And only if they don't does it go to the reviewer for, we call it a substantive review. And so he's right. Those are the things that if it has to go to your reviewer, for a substantive review, there's probably a specific reason for that. Most of them don't. And it's because they've nailed it on the summaries.
So we should probably move on real quick to your procedural rules. And we'll just see how the conversation goes. Is everyone ready for that conversation?
Should we take a break or?
We could.
Or does anyone need a break? You can break, you can do
We're
it.
at 10:31, so we have a half an hour for
Yep.
your presentation.
We can break before the guest speaker, because we do have one guest speaker who is ill, so we'll have a little shorter guest speaker session than initially planned.
All right. So for those of you who might recall, we brought this up in June. This is your SACHP committee procedures, and the purpose of the procedures are within the boxes created by federal and state law and rules that kind of specify how you want to run your meetings, how you want to interact as a group, and what you expect of each other. So that is the purpose of the committee procedures. There's a lot and more so than there was prior in the rules for the National Register program. We were kind of manhandled into doing that due to a number of controversies. I had to revise the rule under fire. So there's a lot more detail in that. So but they're still pretty broad. There's a lot of space in here for the committee to kind of flavor it the way you would like. The last time these were revised was 2011, so before the current National Register rule was put into place a few years ago, so they're out of date, and it reflects the sensibilities of that, not this group. So the idea would be once we get these cleaned up, we'll probably try to revisit them a little more frequently, and so then move on from there. So give you kind of a sense of how we worked through this. Took a little bit of a different approach. When you look through this particular graph, we're not repeating the laws and rules. We're repeating enough so that it makes sense through, and you can tell the difference between what is from law and rule and what might be a little more customizable, because the laws and rules have a citation to them to reference back. That's for you. That's for us to know. Okay, this part is probably immovable. It is what it is. Would need a larger process. I should back up. Does everyone know what the difference between a state law and a state rule is, or federal law and a federal rule? So a law is passed by your legislative body, Congress, or in our case, the Oregon legislature, signed by the governor. A rule is something that an agency gets authorization to. So the law will say, here's the broad law, agency, you make rules, which is operationally how does it work. And rules are still subject to a public process. We have hearings, the staff writes them, they get approved, usually passed by the Oregon Parks Commission and approved. Has the same force as law. So if we were to change the rules, we have to go through a public rulemaking process. To do that, anything you want to change a law, well, call your senator and see if they're willing to take that on. Your procedures, you guys, as long as it's not constrained by law or rule, can do what you like, as long as you're not contradicting one of those. And as part of our discussion today, if we get into certain things, I might say, let me research that to make sure that we're not going to be, creating a problem. Or if I happen to know, something, I might share it. So, how we reorganized it, we've got more of an extensive preamble. We pulled topics together. So for instance, the chair and vice chair conversations all came together. There's a little more specifics on some of the meeting details and whatnot. Really tried to strike a balance between enough text allowed to make sense, but to still kind of keep it short and flowing through. And really kind of just updated to reflect at least what I've observed this group has been doing over the last few years to make it as flexible as possible. So let's go ahead. Mary, could you advance 2 slides? Just whipping through here. The last slide in that presentation is where I want to land, please. One more. There we go. So any questions on kind of the background information before I go through what we're going to do real quick today? Okay. So I've got a quick definition for committee procedures. It describes how the committee carries out its regular business, establishes expectations, quick description of each section, and then some questions to consider. So the big one that the box we have to check, we have to be within the box of the federal and state laws rules. Unfortunately, people make decisions for it. We got to get that. But is the text clear? Is it understandable? Our roles and responsibilities well defined, all processes clearly described and included. And then have we hit the reasonably foreseeable things? I will tell you, no matter how much time we spend on this, something will happen. We'll go, well, that's new and novel. We never thought of it. And that's something you just kind of accept. But in your experience, whether it's with this group or with other similar groups, have we really kind of addressed the things that we would like to see? So that's this slide is going to stay up while we kind of work through the rest of this, and I'm just going to run through what I thought I would do is just kind of go section by section, give you a summary. You can offer like line edits in case you're going to take notes, change this word here, that, or just general concepts. I'd like to see something like this. We're going to try and work to consensus with this group, and the plan is if you have minimal comments, we can maybe bring back the final draft for consideration at your next meeting in February. If there's a lot of comments, you want extensive revisions, or there's a lot of questions, we'll just do another work. If we don't get all the way through today, we'll just do another workshop. There's nothing pressing us to get this done right away. So I think it's more important to be thorough and complete than to, slam it through and get it done quickly and have something that doesn't quite. So, with that, we'll start with the preamble. Actually, yeah.
And would you like to have the document projected on the screen right now? Everyone doesn't have a copy.
You guys want the document up there, or do you want to? Okay, great. Okay, so we'll just go ahead and start with the sections here, unless there's any questions.
No, I think you've met these things, so I read through it, I thought, yeah,
Okay,
makes sense to me.
well, you might make my job easy, so.
But go ahead.
All right, so the preamble establishes the legal authority. It's a little tedious, but the question comes up, and it's kind of in that triangle format of fed to local. Any comments there? Anything you'd like to be added? Anything you'd like to be subtracted?
No.
So section 2 about the SACHP has many parts. So it talks about how this group is, its duties, its composition, how you do voting, how you appoint committee members, terms, resignation, removal, chairperson, vice chairperson, going through, starting with duties, and I'll walk through each section. So your duties are generally prescribed in law, but we did expand it a little bit to include some of those other things. You look at item 2, it's a little bit broader, matters of policy, programs, budget. Item 3 specifically calls out advising the SHPO, and it's a state historic preservation officer, which is technically Lisa Clemson, our director, but for functional purposes, it's Christy and I. So regarding things like the historic preservation fund, it also gives you the explicit ability to establish subcommittees should you choose to do that. And very important, it requires committee members only to speak to the committee when specifically authorized to do so. Functionally, how that works is you would say at a meeting, I'd like to go give a presentation to this, or I would like to write an editorial, and you would need to get the buy-off of your fellow committee members before running out there and just, I represent the SACHP. So the chair's got a little more latitude if you read their duties, but generally the idea would be you act as a group, not as individuals.
And it's only about.
It'd be only about the SACHP. So a lot of you have a lot of different roles. You want to go give a lecture wearing any other hat you want, and it doesn't necessarily tag in this group. If, like, for instance, if I'm doing something, they love putting my title in there, but then I always have to put a little disclaimer. I'm here as a private citizen, not as this guy.
Yeah.
It's not a conflict if they happen to, and they sit on the SACHP as long as it's clear you're not speaking for the group in whatever it is you're doing. So anyway, any comments on that section? Do you believe it's complete?
I have a question about 3 and 4, because those are things that I have never been involved with yet. So
3 and 4 from the statute.
okay. When do we talk about the Historic Preservation Fund and the Oregon Property Management account spending authorizations?
So, not very. These were written a long time ago, when there were maybe like 3 SHPO staff people. And those duties, those functions lie to staff. So the Historic Preservation Fund is 60% of our funding. It requires that we write a plan every 5 to 10 years.
Which you advise on.
Yeah, which you advise on. And it pays our salaries. And it also pays out CLG grants, which you look at as well. So that's sort of functionally how you comment on HPF.
Okay.
Historic Preservation Fund is actually, it's funded through offshore drilling lease money. It's mitigation money. It also funds Land and Water Conservation Fund. So that's sort of where that comes from and why it's fed through the National Park Service to the SHPOs and the TIPOs. It's never fully funded by the Congress. So it's supposed to be, I think, $150 million. It's never been $150 million. But to answer your question, there isn't, those are the things that you comment on that come to you through HPF, because HPF exists. So there's only a few things we can use it for. And the SHPO has always chosen to keep it very simple, CLG, grants, and staff. That's, and then the other piece, what was the other?
Sort of property fund.
Yeah, the historic property fund, OPMA is the fund for, that's basically where we put special assessment fees. And we have discretion over what we use that for. Special projects are initiated, MPDs, things, nominations, things like that, we use that fund for. So,
And that
most-
fund is guided by the plan, which you're
Yeah.
involved in speaking to.
Yeah. And so otherwise, it's sitting there gaining interest, but I will say too, that the fees from the special assessment program dropped considerably after 2009, when we changed the ratio, for application to that program. But that's where they live. That's where those funds live.
And 3 and 4 from the statute. So when I was talking about, the completeness of including things, I didn't want to. I anticipated this question, but it's like, I didn't want to leave out a chunk of the statute, right? If you're explicitly, this is an explicit duty in statute, well, we should probably include it.
Thank you.
Any other comments on the duty? Okay. And this is not the final. If you think of anything on your way home, you can jot off a fast email to me and I'll bring it back. Okay. Composition, mostly from state law, included for completeness. Any comments?
No, it's, not more than 9 members. So you don't have to. The quorum is 5.
Yes.
Have we had 9 members before?
Oh, yeah, we normally have 9 members, and we're down to, but we're, normally we have 9.
You might want to ask us maybe outside this meeting of get many members.
So, yeah, that was gonna be my question too, is what can we do to help support getting that move forward so that we have a full committee?
Kristen?
If you have, it's really, it's the process, actually. There's no shortage of people, qualified people. And certainly you can always, suggest a name, but it's not that we don't have folks who would be completely perfect on this committee. It's the process and how long it takes, so.
Did Mark turn out?
Yeah.
There's been a statewide logjam on committee appointments over the last 2 administrations.
And they're trying really hard. They just started trying, they're getting a lot better recently. So I anticipate that we'll have a full committee hopefully by the end of the year.
They prioritized governing bodies. There were several agencies that were short on their governing bodies, where, the groups that approve budgets, and things like, so, because you're not a governing body, and a lot of the non-governing bodies are not as much of a priority because the governing bodies wind up paralyzing agencies when they're not staffed.
So, yeah, so one thing that I would recommend, and it was in my notes as a follow-up item, is the website doesn't indicate that there are any vacancies on the SACHP website. So I would love to see just it looks like Greg and I need to get our bios updated. But under there, I'd love to see position 8 vacant, position 9 vacant.
Sure.
And that way it's more clear that we're not a full body at the moment.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah. I think there's enough.
And maybe vacant if interested.
A link to the application.
Yeah, exactly. And we haven't had a picture on the website. I mean, all the committee members that were in the website.
You need to take a picture today.
I did have a question about composition, and it has to do with Oregon Native American
Indian community, and that, I don't know if that needs better definition.
That's language from statute.
Okay. Has there been clarification under rules or?
We've generally interpreted as a enrolled tribal member
Oh.
of one of the 9 federally recognized. That's what we've done.
What kind of outreach has this committee or the state SHPO staff done to the tribes to say, hey, please send us?
We do it on a regular, whenever there's, whenever that position is vacant. We reach out.
Do you reach out with email? Do you filter cluster? Like what's the?
Personally, pick up the phone, email.
As a person who used to be in that role at the tribes, I would really highly encourage sending a clear email that can be like submitted as a newspaper article to tribal newsletters that can advertise to the membership saying, hey, if you're interested in doing this, here's how you can get involved. Because an email, unless you're talking to exactly the right person and that person's really interested, it's often not common. So just a recommendation.
Thank you, because that's been a difficult position to find something. As you all well know, this committee demands a lot. So that's hard to find folks. Anything more on composition? Form and voting?
We need the letter.
There's nothing, anything in form and voting, appointing committee members, terms, resignation, and removal. This is mostly from law. The one thing that is an add there that you'll see is opportunity for SHPO to request removal of member for cause. And the other thing that was added is the opportunity, it's mostly a staff prompt, when a committee member leaves to do, offer to them doing an exit interview to help us improve, our recruitment. Kathy just provided some recommendations there. See what the experience was like, how we can make it a meaningful volunteer opportunity for people. So those are 2 things I'd like to call your attention to if you have any comments. Okay. All right, meetings. A lot of this was carried over from the previous rule. It's updated to reflect the current national register rule. One of the, in the controversies, there was a lot of fights about who got to talk when, where, and about what. So a lot of that got put into the rule. Generally wouldn't be there. But we did have in that we do have some specific things. Scheduling meetings, you'll know that lays out when the meeting happens, specifies what we should try to meet throughout the state and describe responsibilities for scheduling meetings, mostly staff. There's a statewide preference for committee members to attend in person. Bring that to your attention. Talk about committee member preparation, set some expectations for that. Conducting meetings is pretty short. There's room to add here if you'd like. That's kind of customization of what you would like to do. I do recommend like keeping things like amount of time people can speak flexible, because sometimes you have nobody and sometimes you have a bazillion people. So, making sure that you could, don't paint yourself into corners. And then considering nominations proper to the National Register, based on the national program rule, although there's some more specific guidance about who speaks in order. So there's some space for customization there as well, if you'd like.
I always think it's helpful to have the decisions that we can make. Do we approve? Do we approve the conditions?
You can have that, yeah.
Do we table? Do we return it? Those kind of guidances are always really helpful for everybody to see and have written down.
Sure, we can do that. Easy.
Can I ask about the vice chairperson? Since I've been on the committee, we've never.
And it is, yeah,
You were vice. Okay.
We need a vice chair.
we do. Yep, that is one of the things we need to accomplish.
Okay. Guess I wasn't looking at titles. My own little world. Reviewing these things.
Maybe we nominate you as vice chair.
Well, I didn't say that.
The vice chair piece is not a governor appointed like the chair is. So you really can.
So can we add that as an agenda item for this meeting, or would that be for next meeting?
Next meeting.
I missed it. I missed it at the beginning.
Okay, so it doesn't sound like there's any comments on meeting. Okay. And then just the end amendment procedures. And so, the amendment procedure, I wrote that just for transparency. So the idea is that if you want to amend these procedures, it's got to be on that 70-day mailing that we're going to do with the draft. So that if everyone thinks that you're trying to get away with something, that they can see it coming and come and comment and tell you what they think of the procedures. Depending on what's going on, sometimes people have some real thoughts about how a group like this might make its decision. So it's relatively brief, but that's the intent. It's just basically, maximum transparency to the public that they can see exactly what's happening and understand in context they so choose. As you can see, I see our presenters here, but no one else seems to think this is an interesting conversation, even if it's on the agenda. So. Any comments?
Thank you for outlining it.
Yes.
Are there any global comments about relative length, ease of reading, organization, that you would like us to consider as we kind of shake these down again?
I don't think so.
For me, they read really clear and linear.
Yeah, I like that we talked about readability in the last meeting, and you're in that zone for most of this. Being able to, because if you go out of the zone, most of these nominations can go for about 5 minutes because it's too wide and you just get tired.
Yeah.
So this is good.
All right. We'll go ahead and shake it down through, and we will provide it to you with your regular 70-day packet because it's going for adoption. This was just a workshop. You weren't allowed to take any action on this. So because it would be going for adoption, provide me pretty minimal comments. What I'm going to do is I'm going to edit it. It does not obligate you to pass it. So if you have a whole bunch of ideas in the meantime, we could bounce it, but I'll make the edits. It'll go on your 70-day packet. Come here, and if you choose to pass it, you may at that time. We can make minor edits. If we're going to be making big level changes, I'll discourage you from passing it for us to allow me to make the changes and then to bring it back, because typically it's very difficult to accurately line edit something extensively in a meeting like this with any kind of accuracy. So and again, because we're not being a big push, it would be like, oh wow, we've got all these great ideas. Fantastic. We'll make the edits, we'll bring it back to the next meeting. So again, sounds like Katie and I landed this pretty well. Katie did a lot of assist on this. I appreciate her background. So we'll go ahead and get that done and ready for you. And if you have any other ideas, go ahead and send them to us and we'll provide kind of a similar update summary. Once this is done, we're going to develop for you cheat sheets that are, that have like quick, here's bullet points on the order of operations, your meetings, your quick bullet points on, making motions and other kinds of things. It will be a one-pager, that you can just kind of have laid out in front of you. These will still be more referential. You'll have access to them, but most of the things you need on the regular basis, we can get on a cheat sheet. We just weren't able to prepare that until we knew this was named.
Sounds like you've done a great job. Okay, the comments that we had. Thank you.
All right, thank you.
And if we have those newer cheat sheets, we do have a slightly older version.
In referencing back to Katie's presentation, if you get stuck, we're right here. You can just ask. It's, okay, where are we at? How do we get to where we want to go? Well, that's all I have for you. And so I believe we wanted to take a break.
Okay, so can you take? It's 10:56. So can we reconvene? Reconvene, thank you. You're always here to help. At 11:05. Is that everybody?
Oh, I should probably do that.
How about
11:10?
Yep. Okay. Yeah, and there is free all days free parking. If you log in that way, there is a map on
How many left there?
the desk.
That's
a lot.
Yeah.
Yeah, thank you. Yeah, 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 did you do it? That's very good. Let's go. Yes. Yeah, we tried.
Andrea, good.
I mean.
Yeah.
I talked about the presentation and there was a request to use the committee. If it doesn't work out. It's in the. So, what
Okay, welcome back to our Friday, October 18th meeting of the State Advisory Committee on Historic Preservation. We are now on item 4 of our agenda. We have a guest speaker, you, John.
Yes.
Okay, welcome, John. Let you, unless Katie or Chrissy want to introduce you.
Well, I would like to say that John used to be the chair of this esteemed body for 8 years.
Wow.
Right? Yeah. So thank you, John. You had a really nice cake, I remember when you
Oh, absolutely.
built a cake for you. So we miss him and we thank him for today.
So before I begin, I'd like to introduce some of our audience members. We have Scott Spence, who's the city manager of the city of Astoria. And we have Tiffany Taylor, planner. And Lucian Swerdloff is instructor emeritus at the college. And we have Jamie Lump, who's the acting director of Lower Columbia Preservation Society. So I will actually be doing 2 presentations this morning. And our first presentation is on preservation success stories for the Astoria Downtown Historic District.
And go for it.
Okay.
Make sure I'm not get there.
You ready? Is that okay? So this is going to be a lot of before and after photos. I won't go into all of the preservation projects and success stories of the downtown. Because I know that yesterday you had a tour of some of these places. So of course, the building on the right side is exactly where we are today. In a before photo from probably the 90s. In Astoria, and that's actually kind of midway in restoration. There was a large kind of a ship galleon canopy coming off the corner there that was in the process of had just been removed for the dark. You can see the condition of the building itself. The upper photo on the left-hand side is the lobby of the Merchant. And then, I don't know if you went to the Liberty Theater. Did you go to Liberty Theater? No, you didn't go to the Liberty Theater. Oh, well, I should have included that in my presentation. But the Liberty Theater is also another great example of success story in downtown. So one of the reasons I'm giving this particular lecture to you is to kind of reinforce the value of your work and the importance of nominating building sites and districts to the National Register, because that has been really key to the revitalization of Astoria, is the creation of this historic district. So we have been able to rebuild because we are a historic district, we are a Main Street community, and we're a certified local government. And the quick and the dirty of the certified local government is that our landmarks commission is very similar to your commission, in that it's not just people that we pull off the street. They have to have some kind of background in historic preservation or architecture, etc. And that provides, among other things, grants available to our city to further historic preservation. Now, because we are within a historic district in a Main Street community, and as I say, a certified local government, we have a fair amount of financial incentives available either through the city or what individual building owners are able to get themselves. So we have the Diamonds in the Rough grant, which I always refer to as the Ugly Building Award, which, the restoration of this building will change the streetscape so much that it's worth, restoring. We have the Main Street revitalization, certified local government grants, preserving Oregon grants, federal tax credits, the 20% federal tax credits, and special assessment, which is now expired. And I'm going to quote Chrissy That we don't know for sure, but we think that Astoria, certainly per capita, has used special assessment and perhaps the federal tax credit more than any other community in Astoria. And it's largely been in the downtown district.
I will also, can I add, Don, that these are all SHPO administered programs, and Astoria does it perfectly because they're really meant to layer. So you get listed, then you become a Main Street, then you have a certified local government, and you do it all in this order, and then it keeps leveraging itself. The program itself does the local program. So yeah, Astoria is a great example of that.
So we became a historic district back in 1997. And you can see that we have pretty good integrity there. And we haven't had a lot of demolition of buildings within our downtown. But at that time, we were still trying to pull ourselves out of an economic hole. We kind of hit the low point of our community in the 80s. And in the late 80s, we became a Main Street program. And we also started to inventory our properties. And once we start to inventory our properties and determine what's primary and secondary or contributing and non-contributing, then we have to protect them. Mm-hmm. And we decided the next step would be create a historic district because that creates financial incentives. There's, we get things like federal tax credits or special assessment for folks that are listed within the community itself. But we still also kind of wondered about, we also were still trying to identify ourselves. And when we would meet in meetings, some folks would pop up and say, the thing that's going to save Astoria is if we have a theme. And so one of the themes that was floated was, let's just cover all of our buildings up and create a Scandinavian fishing village. And this was, really seriously considered. And if you look at this graph of the construction dates of the buildings downtown, the counterpoint that we made was, if we just restore our downtown, when you round the corner, you will be in 1925. That's our theme. The true history of our place is the theme, and we can market on that. And we can get grants through that, et cetera. And so that was really what we pushed, was let's not be something else. Let's be ourselves. Let's restore these buildings and create a real district, a place that you know where you are when you arrive.
And that was in the 80s?
This was in 1997, because here we are in the 80s in downtown where we're struggling with what to do with the place. We have an 8-story building in town, the Astor Hotel, or the Hotel Astoria, closed in 1968. And I remember as a kid going by the street and looking in the storefront windows, and it was as if they just walked out. The tables were still set in the cafe. And so it was this intact ruin, and I loved having this Gothic ruin in the middle of town. And it became such a danger for us in the minds of people. We actually had tried to pass a bond to demolish it, and the bond failed. When I was in high school, the mayor of one of the candidates running for mayor said, I want to do 2 things. I want to pull up all the pilings in the waterfront because they're ugly, and I want to demolish the Hotel Astoria. That was his theme, and he didn't accomplish either. This became such a horror for town because it was being, there were vandals in it, there was prostitution in it, there was drugs going on. And eventually it became a no-go zone for the police department because they refused to run up the stairs. They 8 stories of stairs after people, so they just said, we're just not going to go in. This actually became a training spot for SWAT teams. There was so little in that story going on that this became a training spot for SWAT teams. So in 1985, some folks purchased the building and they started the restoration of it. Now, these are characters who purchased buildings like this throughout Oregon, took the special assessment and only fixed the upper stories and never got around to the lower stories. But at least it got the building up. Next. And so what they left was this lobby, among other things, which was also an attraction in of itself. And so after many, many years, this building has been kind of restored a number of times. Finally got some owners that said, hey, we're just going to go for it. We're going to go for it. We're going to move into this space because how expensive would it be to hire artists to create this deterioration? And so we had vintage hardware in there, and now this is an event space called the Ruins. And so you just, again, it's remarkable. And it's been left in that way. Next slide. So we have this is now the after photo, again, with a number of restorations and painting of the exterior and all. It's now a going concern. So part of one of the reoccurring themes that we have in this town is that buildings have their own time schedule. So the next slide. So yesterday you got to tour the Merwin. The Hotel Astoria was abandoned from 1968 to 1985. The Merwin was abandoned in the late 80s and was not restored until 2019 or 2020, 2021. So most of my life, that was an empty building. And when this came up to demolish it, the community sworn the Landmarks Commission meeting and said, we're not going. We had just lost a building down the street, which became an empty hole. It was done with the best of intentions. The county was going to build a new building there. They never had the money. The community said, you're not going to touch this. The plan was to expand the library into that spot. And the community said, no, we don't trust you. You're not going to tear it down. But this building had been abandoned for 30 years. It was a mess. And people just kept saying, hold on, we're gonna figure this out. So a Save the Merwin committee came up. We had a pop-up store, a pop-up gallery in downtown. And the night that we did it was Art Walk on a 3-day weekend that coincided with the Dark Arts Festival, Valentine's Day, and President's Day, and the town was full of people. We literally had hundreds of people come into this to see videos of the hotel, of the interior, see interior photos of this, compare it with all the other SROs that were once in Astoria, all of that, and we gained a lot more support. We also did education, like we did Photoshop. Lucian taught me to do Photoshop. What does the space look like without the building there? Another ugly hole. Right. Then also apply the historic photo to say, this is what it could look like. Next photo. And so also eventually our preservation students came in and helped with the reconstruction or revitalization of this building. We worked on windows for a couple of weekends. We did it for some pizza and helped the building out. One of the nice things about using our students is it makes folks like this more attractive to grants, to have, this kind of community involved. So of course, here it is in all of its beauty. It's an amazing thing. I know that this is probably a once in a lifetime saving of a building like this, that, it took 35 years. And the way that it happened was our downtown director was friends with Julie Garver and put us all together in one space and were able to talk. And Julie came in and saved the day for us. Next slide. So we have more common examples like our YMCA. Sometime in the 1980s, 1980s, the YMCA closed and was converted to a private school. And the school was misadvised on what building code was and what fire code was and energy code was. And that resulted in the removal of lots of windows, and we lost ornamentation on the outside of the building, etc. And so it became an eyesore, frankly, and it went through a number of uses after that. However, we have new artists that have taken over the site and have restored the building. Next slide.
We went there yesterday.
Oh, did you?
Uh-huh.
So, you know, we have Airbnb upstairs. The gym is a place for a studio. The folks that own this are literally internationally known artists. And I went to one of their workshops because they do gold leafing and signs, and we had folks from Japan there. Just to take it from the people who own this building, the Webbers. So a really remarkable change in this building. So we have this poor little Vivasec building. That's the name of the original owner. And this is as close to Art Nouveau as we get in Astoria. And this was in about 1990. And I took this picture from my old apartment looking down. And the people that operated out of that were repo people. And I remember very clearly watching somebody drive a motorcycle up the staircase into the apartments upstairs. It was not in the best of shape. And so eventually we had somebody purchase this building, and she had literally restored this building twice and used special assessment and federal tax credits to do it. Next slide. It caught on fire once, and she had to restore it after the fire, and then restored it in black mold. Oh my God. So she did it twice. And has made such a difference to Astoria and that streetscape.
What street is that?
13th, which is only one block long. It's the only place where 13th Street exists. Next slide. Then we have the Sanborn building, which is across the street from here. It's a quarter of a city block. For many, many years, it was this kind of very unattractive building. Bank of America moved in, and when it did, it put blue aluminum over the facade in those panels. And unfortunately, in about 2010 or so, maybe a little bit earlier, the building caught fire. Somebody was residing in the upper mezzanine of the flower shop and left something on, and there was a death in the building, and it, you can see, essentially gutted it. So the
Sanborn related to like the Sanborn insurance mess?
no, they are local folks, just the same name, and we have to be confusing 4 Sanborn buildings in town. And I think others have gone for special assessment and all of that. So in any case, the building was gutted. The owner used the tax credits to restore the building. So we go to the next slide. And there it is today. All functional, more spaces available than were before. And that's this, you know, we're seeing kind of these pretty pictures. And what I really want to emphasize is that history and preservation isn't just about making things pretty. This is all about economic revitalization. It's all about getting people jobs, getting people spaces where they can work, giving people jobs within the field, within the crafts people. This is money, money, money. It's not just making something pretty. And this is a gift that just keeps on giving for a community throughout the life of the building. Next slide. Then we have this, this is the Allen building. And this poor building has gone through a number of versions in its life. At one point, somebody tried to turn it into a kind of an art modern building. And they covered the bricks with stucco and put this cylindrical column on the end there. And this was a part of Lucian and we had a grant, and I wish Curry were here to remind me what the grant was, but we had leftover money. So Lucian and this is the precursor.
Oh, okay.
Because we had extra money. And so Lucian and the students and I assembled 3 ugly buildings. We put packets together that had historic photos, historic drawings, and a quick analysis of what it would take to restore it. And we went to 3 different buildings, including this, and said to the owners, if you knew what was behind the facade, would you restore it? And in the end, we got 2 buildings to restore for that. And Curry then looked at this, and I think that's where the Diamonds in the Rough came from, was kind of inspired from this. So it wasn't immediate, but this was eventually a federal tax credit and special assessment project. Next slide.
So this was in the district, but it was a non-contributing feature.
Yes.
Which meant that it wasn't eligible for preserving Oregon,
Yeah.
which is why we developed Diamonds in the Rough, because you
Yes.
could be non-contributing and make yourself contributing with it. That's beautiful.
Right, and so it's just, again, and we also, Lucian and I, through Pacific Power, put together a small booklet, which is energy efficiency through restoration of historic buildings. And this was an example in that about using transoms, using skylights, using all these kinds of basic things that are within buildings. Again, it's more than just making a pretty building, it's being efficient as well, and reusing materials rather than reconstructing a new building. Next slide. And this one of my favorites. This is the Mary and Nellie building, Mary and Nellie Flavel building. And this building was essentially abandoned in 1990. And well, the short story is the owners fled town because they've been to jail. And so they disappeared. And this became an abandoned building until about 2015. So again, 25 years. And the building was purchased by a young couple from Portland that moved to the area, a young couple that frankly had no business becoming a building owner and doing restoration. They bought it naively. This building, as you can see, maybe it's sagging. It's sagging into what, as you may know, we were constructed over an old bay, a former bay. And so the foundation was giving away. So what these folks did was, first of all, one of our students wrote an application, a successful application to restore Oregon as most endangered building. This building was always in, people just wanted to demolish it, partly because it was involved with that or related to that family, and they just had anger about that family. But then also people just thought maybe we could make the curves from off Marine Drive a little bit better if we could just go through this building. And there was just a lot of desire to knock it down. Restore Oregon got a grant. We were able to do special assessment. We were able to do restoration of it. And part of the next slide, and part of the restoration, I just love the fact that these folks, it is not a full restoration. They did what they could and they left the rest for some time else, another time. And every time I went into the building, these homeowners, even though they had Rickenbach Construction, who's our major firm here doing the work, Rickenbach was training them. So every time I went to the building, the owners were covered in sweat because they were doing some of the work themselves. And it was so neat to see that. So here we have the west facade where the building is sinking, right? And so here in the basement, they're putting helical ties down into the former wetlands. And I asked the folks doing the work, why aren't you lifting the building up? And the response was, what do you think we would push off of? There's nothing but sand. So they're putting the ties in to keep the building from going further down into the earth. And then the contractor, which was super gutsy, pulled probably 2/3 of the brick off this facade and then put them back on and put them straight. So the building is still sagging, but the bricks are straight. So when you go into the next photo, you can see, look at the transom, it's still sagging. But the building is straight and they didn't lose bricks. It was absolutely amazing what they were able to pull off there. Okay, and you can see, again, it's not a perfect restoration, but it's there, it's functioning. They took an empty building and they brought life to it. Yeah, last slide, our next, yeah. So our next and last major project perhaps in Astoria, Julie Garber again, the Copeland building. We hope to have housing within this structure, and it'll be a tax credit project. And in order to get enough money to do the taxes and to get this building restored, they hope to construct a building adjacent to it that will help. This will be maybe families over here and singles or couples on the other side. And between that, there'll be enough grant money to restore this building. And again, this building closed in the 1960s, and the storefront had been open. They used the second floor for some artists for a while, but this is another building that just is on its own time schedule to be finished. And we hope in the next couple of years, we're able to save this building. So are there any questions?
That's really cool. I like that notion of the time schedule for each building, because if they don't make it through their waiting period, essentially their awkward years, they never will get past that if people knock them down during that period. Like, we gotta give them some time.
Yeah, so I'm all about mothball.
Yeah, I'm curious, John, what do you think has kind of kept the momentum up? Because I mean, you're talking about, kind of bottom, this community around the 80s.
Right.
And so we're talking about nearly a 50-year effort.
Yeah.
And that's a long time to sustain anything, let alone major capital projects over time. So, here in Astoria, what do you think has, and I realize it's been stop and go, but I mean, what has generally been the thing that's kept that moving?
So part of it is that we just have the syntax downtown. We have the infrastructure and people continue to see the value in that infrastructure. When the Liberty Theater and the Elliott Hotel were restored, and I'm going to just round it off and say 2000. I don't remember the exact date. But I'm being told by them that that's what also made banks feel safe about investing in Astoria. That they could see some movement there and that it really could be done. So there's that. And then also we continue to get new people in town. And I always know how long they've been here because they'll say, oh, when I moved to town, this just wasn't, it just wasn't there yet. But in the last 5 years, and it's like the last 5 years, and so we get people that see the buildings and they think that they are the first to arrive. Fine, we won't tell them. And they see a building and they want to invest. And it's there waiting for them. It's been waiting all that time. But also the fact that we are this historic district and that we are this Main Street town, we have these grants and financial aids available to do it. Plus, we have an active landmarks commission as well that's pushed it. And we push it within the city. Lower Columbia Preservation Society as well. And then our last piece will be the college, again, promoting historic preservation. So we have all these things coming together in one place.
I wondered what your thoughts are, John, because Astoria is the perfect example of a town that's doing everything right in terms of rehab and preservation. But it's almost been too successful in that now it's so people want to live here and it's so expensive that it's priced out, workforce essentially housing.
Right.
So how do we, I struggle with that a lot, like, if we really are successful and this is the end game, what is the cost and how do we find a middle ground?
It would be nice that if had we been doing it along the way, we had been doing more workforce housing. And maybe it's some zone changes, maybe it's to get housing in more buildings in downtown or something like that. I don't, you know,
The second story
the
house.
second story. But Scott's here, still here. And so the other piece of it is, I've had the conversation with him. You saw the Masonic Temple yesterday. And it's my belief that we're kind of almost at this tipping point in town where we're gonna have a lot of large buildings empty and we have to figure out what to do with them. So besides Masonic, we have a couple of churches. How much longer can some of our other fantastic fraternal lodges go on? So we have to figure out zoning, we have to figure out some other kinds of ways to rehabilitate these buildings. And that's gonna be a real challenge.
Yeah, those are tough buildings, those
Purpose-built.
Purpose-built institutional buildings, they are a bear to rehab.
Yeah.
John, has the city been doing stuff to encourage developers in this sense to, you know, people to come in and buy these buildings? Has there been some promotion in that sense, like come to Astoria and put your dollar in the best location? I mean, are you just getting these amazing people just out of the blue coming and buying these buildings and helping revitalize?
It's a tourist trap, and if you ask students, I don't have any of my students, we're doing nominations, we're starting to do nominations in class now, mock nominations. The last year that we did it, 2 years ago, student comes in and says, I'm nominating the Goonies house because the Goonies are responsible for the revitalization of Astoria. Everybody knows about Astoria now because of that film. And I think that's a legitimate thing. We are so, because of films that have been here and because of promotion, maybe through the Downtown Development Association, but nobody's saying, come and develop. It's come and visit and they see it and they see potential.
Yeah, how do we get this to happen in Enterprise? Right? Like, how do we get people out in Eastern Oregon to these towns that are like this and they're still.
Oh, people are trying to figure out how to live there.
Yeah.
Absolutely.
When Brett Estes was here, he would talk about, that there was this sense in town that it was, you know, Astoria for Astorians, and if other people like it, that's great too. But that it kept it from becoming sort of a boutique town. And that it kept it a real live city. And I think that's a component too that some cities don't pay attention to, so they end up becoming, you know, something again that they're not.
But Sam mentioned yesterday that this town has a lot of characters.
Yes, he did say
And he
that.
said it not the characters, but it was like a proud point.
Yeah.
So.
Yeah. No, that's right. And we have worked really hard to keep it for Astorians. It's been very stubborn in that way. Yeah. All right, so that's the end of my downtown. But I'm gonna do one. All right, next slide. So I'm an adjunct instructor at Classic Community College in the Historic Preservation Program. And Lucian and I are founders of that program. Next. And we developed this program in 2008 during the recession. Because we thought, let's try to develop something where when we come out of the recession, there will still be, there will be jobs available for folks. And here we have this resource here to use Astoria. We have craftspeople here. Let's create a program. It was also a way to work with the college because the story I always tell is that, Lucian and I and a couple of craftsmen walked into a college board meeting where they were trying to figure out, after the third denial of a bond issue, what the word no meant. And so we walked in and said, look, what you need to do is to start a historic preservation program, and then you're going to walk the talk and you're going to start to restore this campus. And so they went for it because the president knew that was the only way to get out of that room. And so that was kind of the development of that program. So here we are, we have craftspeople here. The idea is to teach traditional crafts. The idea is, again, economic development for the city and the region. You know, when we are creating a historic district, we need people who can do the crafts. So we better start training them. What we have found is that because we are switch slides. Because we are the only college on the West Coast, community college on the West Coast that teaches hands-on. And we're one of maybe 4 community colleges in the nation that does this. We have folks from out of town. So selfishly, I was thinking we were going to get this whole workforce for Astoria and we'd all start marching down the streets and start to, restore buildings. And what it is folks coming from all over the country to take our classes and then going home. And so it was a bit different than I anticipated. We've modeled this on the College of the Redwoods and other schools like the technical school in Savannah. I also want to mention that we are supported by a group, Columbia Pacific Preservation, which is the city, the Lower Columbia Preservation Society, Classic County Historical Society, and Maritime Museum, and the Downtown Development Association. All of us come together to try to figure out how we can do economic development through historic preservation. And so we kind of support each other in that way. Next slide. So our program, you can get a 1 or 2 year degree, go for that. And we also collaborate with AutoCAD, our CAD program. And we use Astoria as classroom. And certainly since COVID, we are now teaching in a hybrid fashion. So everything but our hands-on workshops are done both live and via Zoom. And so for the first time, during COVID, I teach a hand drafting class. And we were able to put a camera over the drafting table. And we had a student who every year went to Costa Rica to go surfing. And so he was able to sit in Costa Rica and follow along with our drafting class and do his drafting. And it all worked out. I currently have a student in Idaho, we have a student in Washington and California, all taking our classes. As an instructor, it doesn't make teaching easier to have to be connected in that way, but it is a way that we can reach out to a larger community. You can see here, this is the Lindgren cabin. It's in Cullowhee Lake, which is between Seaside and Astoria, and it was moved to this site. This is a 1924 cabin that was done by a bunch of radical Finns in the 1920s. And they basically had, radical Finn parties out in the forest and had this as their party house. And this is the construction system on this is so fine, it's like furniture. And the pieces themselves are as large as like 36 or more inches. And we kind of have this joke. It was 2 men in their 60s, and between the 2 of them, they only had 3 hands. And so we had a 1-armed man and a 2-armed man with hewing and raising these pieces up and putting this really finely put together cabin. In the 1960s, a PSU instructor saw it in the woods, saw that it was endangered, and so this was picked up and reassembled at Cullowhee Lake, and it's now operated or owned by the county. Next slide. So our classes, I'm the academic, so I don't do many of the workshops. So I'll teach preservation theory and practice. I have my architectural history class, and as I mentioned, my drafting class. We have CAD, and then we teach materials and methods as well. And that's the Deep River Church across the river, absolutely jaw-droppingly intact. They have no electricity, no plumbing, and the heat is a wood stove. And we started this thinking we were just going to be redoing the siding, and we found that there was really no reason for the steeple to be standing up there anyway. So we did what we could, but other folks came in later and did reconstruction of that steeple. Next slide. And so we do CAD. So here's a drawing from one of our CAD students as well. Again, really nicely done. So we do kind of Hab's hair drawings sometimes on these sites as well. Next slide. So that in my preservation theory class, we do historic structures reports, which if you are not familiar with it, why is this building significant? What are the character defining features of it? What needs to be fixed? How are we going to fix it? Where are we going to get the money? And how are we going to keep this building alive? So a year ago, we did the Svensson blacksmith shop. It's blacksmith and machine shop. It was intact until vandalism. This was closed in 1968. And when the blacksmith died, he had 3 daughters. And because they believed in reincarnation, every day they would come in and work on the tools, keep everything together. When the last one finally died in the 90s, with her hand within reach of giving the deed to the Historical Society, it went to a private person who knew the sisters as a child. But vandals have broken in and started to steal tools, etc., and damage the place. So my students did a historic structures report to try to help that owner, kind of figure things out. I think we have another interior photo. I mean, it's just this amazing place. When I was on this committee, we brought the committee in, and you were walking into 1925. At that time, his hat, Mr. Svensson's hat and coat were still waiting for him to put back on. So it's a remarkable space. And then next slide, upstairs is an intact socialist meeting hall with all the paperwork and all of that. And at the moment, this building is kind of a dangerous building. It's collapsing down into the old bay. And we are told that there is a savior coming on this building, and that this new renter is going to provide the money to re-secure the building so it doesn't sink any further, and redo the roof, and rent out the non-historic areas of this building. So we hope that within this year, this building is saved. Next slide. So another grant that we got from SHPO through Curry was a cemetery grant. We frequently go out for cemetery grants. And this was doing research on the so-called Pauper Cemetery at Ocean View, which is the city's cemetery in Warrenton. And the Pauper Cemetery is a forest. And so our job was to try to coordinate the old records, and then try to our best we could to try to figure out the boundaries of that cemetery and who might be out there. And so this was a whole research project that I did with my students. Next slide, where we were going through all of these old handwritten records. City of Astoria's early records are awful, and we followed the handwritten notes of people who in the past had tried to figure out the mystery of who was out there. So that was a really fun project to do. Next slide. So we, in addition to the kind of the academic things, we have workshops that are largely on weekends, sometimes in the evenings. Again, our students are, they aren't straight out of high school. Our students are from 30 to mid-50s.
Mhm.
They're people who are throwing their careers away to work with their hands. Yesterday I did a fair at the high school. You know, basically I'm talking to their parents. You know, it's like, here, take this wooden carpenter's pencil and give it to your parents. Maybe they'll be interested in this. And I always tell this story that, you know, Lucia and I tried to get high school kids involved, and we offered basically a coupon to take a workshop at the college. And we have a counselor at the high school who's all really supportive of us. And so the kids went home with a list of workshops and this coupon to get permission to take the class. And the kids all came back and none of the permission slips were signed. And the counselor said, why isn't this signed? And they said, well, I don't know. I don't really know that I want to take it, but my parents would love to take the course. And that's really, it just kind of appeals to maybe that age group. This year, we do have a couple of young folks. We got one person from the Dalles to come out, and we have somebody from Vermont as well. So it's not all middle-aged folks, but this is all a point to get to the reason why we teach at night and we have workshop classes, is that you can hold down a job and still get this education.
Nice.
So we do a lot in the shop, but we also go out and use, again, Astoria as our campus. This is the old ladies' sewing room in the Episcopal Church. And so we combined with the Job Corps students and had a plaster workshop there, repairing the plaster. Next. And we worked on an Ellis Lawrence mausoleum and redid the stained glass board. That mausoleum is out in Ocean View. Next slide. And in our cemetery workshops, we do a lot of cleaning, and we also do rewriting of monuments. Next slide. We worked out in Brownsmead on the Brownsmead train station, doing roofing there, and one of our students remade a set of windows there, and that's an ongoing project. Next slide. We've worked for years on the Alderbrook Community Hall. It was a former fire station, and it's been in pretty tough shape, but we re-sided it. We have done repair of windows. We have storm windows on it. We have students that have reconstructed the columns on the front. And so bit by bit, we are working on this build. Next slide. And some of it's on the interior. So last year, the students stripped the doors and had a shellacking workshop. Next. We also have blacksmithing in Stella, Washington, and that's always super popular for folks. We have a great instructor for that. Next. And then we went down to the Butterfield cabin in Seaside and worked on an appendage of the house and did some re-siding down there. I think is that our last one? I think that's our last one. Okay, so I kind of picked up the pace there so we get to lunch quickly. Are there any questions?
How many students do you have?
10 to 12 that are there. We have students that will take a class for a couple of terms, then go and work somewhere. So they're there for several years, going through the program.
So do you have any ongoing restoration of, I know we've worked with your group before at Maxwell.
Yeah.
Large group of students out, and you had someone in there that was really wanting to take this work and focus on restoration of windows. So as these people who are building a skill set, are you staying in touch with them and their process? And
Yeah, that's a really good question. I think the person you're referring to is, was Chris Gustafson.
Yes.
And working out of Albany there. We don't probably do as good of a job as we should with keeping track of our students once they leave the area. It's, yeah, I'll just leave it at that. We have not done a good job keeping track of them. Because they'll go off wherever they came from. And, but right now, we have some students that are sticking in the area and they're working together on projects, each with their own skill. So almost like a miniature guild. And so that's really rewarding to see that. And I just really want the students to stay.
Yeah.
Very inspiring. Thank you for doing what you're doing.
My pleasure.
So one more question about the big, scary hotel, that story. So are they using that for rooms as hotels?
So it was originally turned into Section 8 housing.
Right.
And as that contract or whatever is expiring, they're doing, I think, market rate. And I think some of them are Airbnb.
Oh,
Yeah.
It's happening everywhere. I was just reading those 30-year low-income tax credits are expiring. And cities are trying to figure out how to incentivize not going to market rate, like keeping it somehow affordable. I don't know how that happens.
Yeah.
Thank you.
My pleasure.
You taking a break or are we working through lunch?
We have a break.
This is the first time. What to do?
Let's talk.
There is I'll let you, if you ever want, we can have Mary talk about it, but there is a math required to feed you and house you, and there's formulas for how many hours you need to eat and all these other types of things. So we are often trying to maximize your benefits. So that's why we sometimes make you work through lunch.
Or have a certain number of hours.
Or certain have a certain number of hours of tours. Yeah, it's math.
okay. So
You might want to just save a break.
Okay, we are breaking for lunch. We will be at 1:00. Advisory Committee on Historic Preservation. Thank you for your patience while we had a lunch break there. And we are reconvening on item 6 on our agenda, which is review of properties proposed for listing in the National Register. We do have some folks who are signed up to present testimony during these reviews. And do I need to list everybody now or just when they leave?
Just a big speak for each year.
Okay. Our first review is the Burke Belushi House from Portland in Multnomah County. And I jumped back, then maybe you are ready, but are you ready? Katie?
Mary, are you seeing my screen to broadcast here?
While that is being pulled up, I will go ahead and read our big statement. The National Register of Historic Places is the nation's official list of district sites, buildings, structures, and objects. And objects that are significant in American history, architecture, archaeology, and culture. The records are maintained in Washington, D.C. by the National Park Service under the authority of the National Historic Preservation Act of 1966. Over 2,000 properties located in all 36 counties of Oregon are listed in the National Register. Oregon listings presently include over 150 historic districts. In order to qualify for listing in the National Register, a property must possess and retain its historic appearance and be historically important at the local, state, or national level. A property's historic importance is determined through one of 4 criteria identified by the National Park Service. Those criteria are association with events that have made a significant contribution to the broad patterns of our history, association with preeminent individuals, displaying distinctive architectural characters of the type, period, method of construction, or work of a master, or contain the potential to yield important information on prehistory or the review process is limited to the consideration of these criteria and whether or not the document is technically complete and correct. When the committee determines that a nomination is eligible for listing, it recommends that the state historic preservation officer sign the nomination and forward it to the keeper of the National Register in Washington, D.C. for their review and listing. Nominations not meeting the criteria are either tabled to allow the applicant the opportunity to revise the nomination or not recommended for listing. We will turn it over to Katie for that first nomination. Thank you.
Is a bit of a The committee will first consider the Burke Belushi House in Portland in Multnomah County. The Burke Belushi House, or the Belushi House, was constructed in 1951 at the end of a dead-end street on a steeply terraced hillside in the western hills of Portland, Oregon. The siting of the house is intentional, so it's to provide views of downtown Portland to The house was designed by Peter Belushi for his clients Dr. D.C. and Genevieve Burke in the mid-1940s in a blend of the international and Northwest regional style. Because of shortages and high material costs driven by World War II, the house wasn't constructed until a few years after it was designed, but it was published in the Architectural Press as early as January 1945. It was completed in 1948, and the Burkes lived there until 1973, when Belushi himself purchased the property. He lived there until his death in 1994. The building has an irregular footprint and a flat membrane roof with deep overhanging eaves and a tall fascia. The walls are clad in vertical board siding, and there's a combination of window types, including wood frame clerestory windows and floor-to-ceiling windows overlooking the courtyard to the west and the city to the east. The interior retains many original finishes, including wood paneled walls and fireplaces built from Mount Adams stone. And other finishes like the cork floor and the woven wood ceiling have been either repaired or replaced and improved. With regard to alterations, a small two-story addition was constructed off the south end of the house in 2009. So these arrows show you where that is on the plan and on this overview here. This is the interior of that addition there. Also in 2009, the primary bedroom and the kitchen shown here at the bottom were renovated. And the carport at the northwest corner of the house was enclosed with a new garage door. In addition to the contributing house, there are also 3 non-contributing buildings on this property. They were all built around the 2009 renovation. These are a tea house that replaced an earlier small structure called the construction shack, and 2 small garden sheds that are set on lower terraces on the east side of the city. Overall, the nomination argues the house remains intact to the period of significance, and it retains integrity of location, design, setting, materials, workmanship, feeling, and association. The nomination asserts that the Beluski House is eligible for listing in the National Register under criterion C at the local level in the area of architecture for possessing high artistic values and is the work of a master architect, Pietro Beluski. Beluski was Oregon's only recipient of the AIA Gold Medal Award and the Presidential Medal of the Arts, pictured here in a contemporary newspaper article. Beluski was also the recipient of numerous other artistic designs and achievements. The Beluski House is the only Beluski design residence in Western Oregon to display elements of both the international style and the Northwest regional style. With Beluski, along with his colleague John Yon, is credited with developing the Oregon. According to the nomination, Beluski designed only 2 other residences in a similar merging of these styles, and these are the Robert Wilson shown here and the neighboring Charles H. Wilson House. These houses were also completed in 1948, so the same year as the Beluski House in Portland, and they're located next to one another in the Warm Springs area of North Central Oregon. So they're located outside of Portland, and so outside of the local context for the Beluski House, but they support the design context of the nomination. And the nomination argues they illustrate the rarity of this combination of styles within Beluski's body of residential architecture. The period of significance is 1948, the year that the construction was completed. And I want to note there is a minor error in section 3 on the first page of the nomination. The box next to statewide significance is checked when it should be local. SHPO staff will correct this for the next revision. So in summary, the discussion for the committee today is, does the nomination make the case for local significance under criterion C? Does the nomination make the case that the property is the work of a master architect and has high artistic values? And does the property retain sufficient integrity to communicate significance? We received comments from the CLG with their recommendation of the nomination and suggestion to include additional context on the international style and additional documentation of character defining features. No other public comments were received prior to this meeting. The CLG's recommendation was previously provided to the committee via email. Does the committee have any questions for SHPO staff?
Thank you. Do any of the committee members have any actual potential conflicts of interest with this nomination? Hearing none, we shall continue. I believe Diana Painter is online. She joining us as lead as the preparer. And then we also have Anthony Belushi. We'll start with Diana. We can pull her up on the screen.
Hello?
Hi, we can hear you.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay, the sound quality is not very good.
We can hear you just fine, so we'll let you state your name and address for the record, and then we will let you share any testimony you would like to share with us on this application.
Okay, my name is Diana Painter. I am the principal architectural historian for Painter Preservation. I wrote the nomination. I've been documenting mid-century modern residential architecture in the Northwest for about 22 years, and previously wrote a nomination for a Beluski house when I was employed by the Oregon SHPO as a National Register Coordinator. It was an honor to write this nomination. It's a stunning building. That's not a National Park Service term. And it was a pleasure to work for the Beluskis, who will be also speaking on the building. As stated in the nomination, this was a unique combination of the international style and the Northwest regional style in Beluski's body of work. It was one of three, as Caitlin stated, that were designed and mostly built at the same time in the state of Oregon. This is the only one in Western Washington. The international style qualities that you've seen in this house are primarily the flat roof and the broad expanses of glazing on the east and west facades. Examples, or I should say characteristics of the Northwest regional style that can be seen on the house is the extensive use of wood and the Mount Adams brick and the vertical wood siding and the steep eave overhangs. Like I said, this is one of three buildings that Beluski designed that display these characteristics. The other two are in Eastern or Central Oregon by Warm Springs, and they are also well suited to their environments through the use of materials, which differ slightly than the materials you see in this house. The one addition on the south end was done about 2009, and it has a somewhat vertical orientation versus the horizontal orientation of the main building. One interesting note in this compatible addition is that the proportions of the gallery repeat or echo the proportions of the original eave overhang on the south end of the building. And I feel like this really kind of eases the transition between the main house and the addition on the south end. And it might also be noted that the addition on the south end is not visible from a public entrance to the building or the public right-of-way. Just to repeat, this house is eligible under criterion C and as the work of a master and retains excellent integrity.
Thank you, Diana. Do any commissioners have any questions or comments for the applicant?
Question.
Sure.
Diana, I was wondering why, it's been a while since I kind of jumped on it this time, and then now it's been a
Steve,
month.
since we don't know if you identify who you are.
Oh, it's Steve Mark, yeah,
Commissioner. Committee member. Yeah.
Committee.
I always say.
Well, I'm just wondering why local significance? You have a real name architect. And you know, I noticed some of the comparative properties, the Watzik house is at NHL. So I thought maybe, you know, this at least would qualify for statewide. And
Well,
so just wondered why the local.
There are specific criteria that you have to respond to when you establish the significance, and the level, significance, and it requires a certain amount of comparative work. And my feeling on this one is that it actually is unique. There wasn't a body of comparable residences by Beluski in Western Washington with these, Oregon, with these qualities. I don't know if SHPO staff want to expand on that, but that is my consideration when I establish the level of significance.
Yeah, I'm wondering that too, because there are only 2 other houses outside, and they're outside of this region.
Yeah.
Seems like maybe you have state significance, statewide significance.
Well, one unique, we did discuss this actually with SHPO staff, but one unique quality or different quality about this building compared to the other 2 at Warm Springs is that modern houses with flat roofs in Western Oregon, I think they're kind of unique because they're not as well suited to the climate. And I think that's one reason that there aren't more of them. This house did have a leaking roof when Pietro Beluschi came back and was helping, or I mean, was helping Marjorie Beluschi repair the roof, not Pietro, but his son, repair the roof because it was leaking, and that I think is probably one reason for the membrane roof today. But anyway, that makes it kind of a unique example and harder to compare to other like examples.
Any other questions for the? Go ahead and turn it over to Anthony.
Okay. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can. You
Okay.
go ahead and just state your name for us, and then share what you'd like to.
Sure. My name is Anthony Beluschi. I'm a fellow of the American Institute of Architects. And I'd like to say that we are very proud to have our home nominated. My father, who was internationally recognized, Pietro Beluschi, designed the home for a client in the mid-40s, completing it in 1948. It exemplifies, I think, his best combined use of the Pacific Northwest regional style and the international style of architecture. By many, it is considered his finest residential design. My father and the home have received numerous awards. Both are well regarded in Portland and beyond. We have been pleased to share our home with thousands of visitors during the past 15 years to educate and inspire about architecture and design. During the 25 years that the original owners, the Dr. and Mrs. Burks, and the 36 years that my parents lived here, the home was visited by hundreds of people from around the world. Most tours are provided to benefit local and national preservation and architecture organizations. The dedicated enthusiasm for mid-century modern designs and for Beluschi architecture in Portland is indeed very special, and it continues to this day. Thank you, and any questions I'd be happy to take.
It's wonderful. Thank you for that information and your continued passion and representation of your father's work. Any questions for Anthony? That's all I have as far as people who wish to speak by testimony. I will then turn it over to our lead reviewer. Who was
Me, Cassie. Okay, thank you. Okay, so Cassie Rippey, as I was reading this, I first struck it's an absolutely beautiful home. I don't think that I have any really significant concerns with the nomination. I do have a few clarifying points that I think could be cleaned up for the nomination. One is quite lengthy. And there's some information in here that I think is not necessarily pertinent to the nomination itself. It's maybe more background context for the area, but I think there's some information that could potentially be trimmed down. the narrative was a little bit repetitive. I think that could be cleaned up a little bit. I found that there were a few places where it was a little unclear and I had to go searching for information that was clarified later. Initially, the discussion about the roof, it was noted that the roof is original with a new finish, and then later it says, oh, it was actually a new membrane roof. So I think that could be cleared up in the on page 9, just for help in understanding that what was going on with the roof. The 2-story addition to the house on the south side is referred to in a few different ways, and it was a little bit confusing to determine if we were talking about the same thing each time. So I think just some cleaning up of that language as well. I do really appreciate the incorporation of the photos in the text for this document. I come from an archaeological reporting background, and I find that it is really helpful to have textual imagery in the text, so you don't have to go searching for it and looking for the information right as you're reading it. So I really do appreciate that. Really helps you better understand what you're looking for. I think there's a lot of discussion in here about the tea house in particular, but the tea house and garden sheds, which are non-contributing, so I'm not sure why the level of detail is necessary for this nomination document. And in the actual narration about the tea house and the garden sheds, it doesn't say that they're non-contributing. So I think if you're going to keep that in there, that needs to be clarified. And in the appendices, I think it would be helpful. There's a lot of really great photos, I think, that are meant to be included for comparative purposes, but it would be really helpful if you explained why you were including these photos in the additional information, just so that we understand what we're looking at and what the purpose of them being in the document as supporting the information would be. I think that's kind of my summary of thoughts.
Great, thank you. Ready to just kind of do a little round table? I'm going to go to Jackie.
Well, I thought it was a very thorough explanation of the different. I learned a lot from it, and I did also wonder about the local versus statewide significance. We kind of covered that issue, but I'm still wondering about that as well. And I was particularly, I like the inclusion of that whole part of the development of the West Hills, sluicing and rooms. That was kind of fascinating. And I also wondered, there was a mention of a pre-existing rock wall on the property, and just curious to know whether that was just part of that relating sluicing and terracing, whether that could be something added to kind of clarify.
Greg, any comments to share?
Gregory Shine, the committee members, really enjoyed reading this. I learned quite a bit. It's an honor to get to read through this. One question that I have is just a minor question, was in the discussion of the interior. I was curious if there were any notable lighting fixtures or other interior details that maybe reflected his design aesthetic. It's a very small point, but I didn't see any lighting materials. I know with lots of glass, obviously, the sun is providing that light, but just curious if there are any lighting fixtures that might additionally contribute.
Diana, since we're discussing, do you want to comment on that? Do you have a response to if there were any significant light fixtures in the project? Historical light fixtures?
Tony and Marty would probably be better at that because I don't think I've ever been there in anything but the daylight. And I can't recall off the top of my head. So Tony might be a better person to ask that question of.
Tony? Lost his connection. We'll come back to that, as well as the questions Jackie had.
Oh, wait a minute. Can you hear me now?
Yes, we can. There you are.
Okay, sorry. Somehow it got muted by accident. What I was going to say is that there's a lot of recessed fixtures in the ceiling, particularly in the living room, that were added about 35 years ago, which gives uniform lighting. Before that, there were plugs in the floor and lamps, separate side lamps that were plugged in there because there weren't very many fixtures in the ceiling to begin with. Then when we did some renovation and restoration, we added a large chandelier type glass fixture over the dining table. That's the only major new fixture that would be considered architectural, if you will. Almost everything else in the existing house is original, and like I said, very few fixtures other than recessed in the ceiling, and a lot of plugs in the wall and some plugs in the floor.
Fluorescent.
Great. Thank you. Steve, would you like to have anything to share that hasn't been discussed?
Yeah, I am. Had quite a few comments actually, but I like the map on page 80 because it gives you an idea of where the house sits relative to the gym and Catlin's Hillside School, as all attributed to Beluski as an architect. I thought that section 7 about the integrity was quite good, and I liked the bullet format too. There's nothing worse than, for me anyway, to go through 2 and 3 and 4 pages of descriptive detail about architectural embellishments. So it's nice to kind of get through it and get to the significance. I think most of the committee know that I'm not a style person. So that's where some of my differences in terms of argument lie. I think that modernism is something that one can show, and I think situating the property with modernism in mind is a good thing. But we argue in different ways, and what the goal is getting the thing listed. And so if that argument about style and the meshing of styles works, then okay, fine. I still think there's some holes in it, as there are with any argument, and maybe we can discuss this at some other time rather than in the middle of the committee meeting. What else? Oh, the photos were excellent. I know that Sally Painter does a great job with photos. And I mentioned the Watson house before, and that's because I actually, Robert Melnick showed me around one day, and so I have some sense of that, and then I'm trying to project that onto this house, which I've not visited, so that might be some of my difficulties here. So the main comments, the rest of it, I maybe just read the evaluation sheet in my market.
And do you have anything to
Thank you.
share?
I don't have any additional questions or anything else to share. A lot was revealed from the questions before me. I did enjoy the read, and the property is absolutely beautiful. Other than that, that's what I'm saying.
I'm good.
Okay, most have been asked, but, overall, I think it was well researched and written. And I do like photographs included in section 7, but I kind of had trouble following some of where they were in relationship to the text. So, I don't know, I guess including that figure number or something as the narrative goes on would be helpful. The other thing was the photographs in the back with different architects. It would be helpful to have the style listed and that more consistent information so that it's easier to know who did it, when it was built, what style was it built in, and that kind of thing. Maybe where is it? Because like the Portland Art Museum, I'm wondering kind of why it's in this documentation. What else? So the Charles Wilson House is included, but not the Robert House, and I was a little curious about that, but it doesn't need to be, so that's just being picky, I guess. What else? I think that's all I had. I think it's a beautiful building. The 1 and 2 story description in the first sentence in section 7 was like, oh yeah, it has an addition. So I don't know if that the date of the 1 and the 2 could help. I've not seen that as a description before, a 1 and 2 story building. But I'm sure it's been out. Anyway, good job. I think it's a beautiful place.
Yeah, I just wanted, I always try to look at these through the lens of the National Park Service. And a couple of things that I think we need to pay attention to. The addition is not insubstantial. And if we're comparing it to the only other 2 of this style that have not been altered, I think that needs to be addressed. And the other piece is that when I'm looking at the photos, I don't see, and I know some of these houses are really hard to capture photographically in this area of Portland, just by their location. But I'm thinking about the Park Service, and they're looking at the site plan and floor plan circa 2009 of the showing the planned areas of work. And I want to know sort of what the carport looks like, or what it used to look like, and what it looks like now, you know, a view from the driveway, a view, you know, I'm not sure there's a view looking sort of at the main entrance to the house, or that whole area there that says workroom, storage, carport. I want to know what that looks like, because there were a lot of changes there. And so I know that the Park Service, when they're reading about the changes and they're not seeing the changes, that's going to raise some questions for them. And also to Julie's point, I think it was Julie's point, there's a lot of photos in here that, you know, I know that part of your work here is trying to establish Belusky as the work of a master. And I think that he is pretty established. I think that's a pretty easy thing to do. I'm not sure that the photos might be too distracting. Like sometimes too many photos can work to your disadvantage. Because then visually the reviewer is going to be all over the map. So I would suggest sort of limiting that body of work photograph piece, and sort of limit it to the argument at hand. That's my advice.
That's what I meant to say.
That's also what I was trying to say.
Ian, yes.
Yeah, I would just point out that several of you brought up the local versus state significance. If that's important to you, you should perhaps maybe discuss a little further, make and land on what guidance you'd like to provide the parent. And if you have any questions for staff, you can answer, kind of how that would be documented in this particular case, if you're interested.
I would like to turn that discussion over to staff to see how you helped figure out if it should be local or state, because I feel like a number of the committee members are feeling like it has some merit for state significance.
Sure. I didn't do the initial review. Katie, you did the initial review on it. Can you speak a little bit to that? And then...
Yeah, I can speak a little bit to that and then I'll pass it back to you.
Okay.
So we looked at the breadth of the context and the breadth of the comparative properties. As Diana already mentioned, there are not very many comparative properties for this. The other ones are located within the eastern half of the state. So then we're looking within the western half of the state and for a local context.
The technical piece of local versus state significance is each level of significance you go up, you just need a larger context. So, I mean, we're dealing with a limited context here for this particular property. It's handy, and the architect is well established, very well known, and an argument could be made, said we're just going to, within Oregon, he's uncomparable, we'll just go ahead and narrow. Committee buys that argument. You have a fair small number of properties compared to, and perhaps state level significance could be justified. If we want to compare him to a number of other architects across the state, that can be considerably more work because you wind up having to talk about those other architects and then talk about their bodies of work. Might lean on Chrissy a little bit more, has a little more expertise in this time period of whether you think that we would need to include any other architects. It's my impression that that may not be necessary.
The one piece that would have to be fleshed out more is the Wilson houses.
Okay.
And because they are the only other one that's been identified as being this, as a comparable.
Yeah, that's true. We go statewide significance
Yeah.
that pulls those in, and your comment about the addition, I don't think it's insurmountable, but would certainly need to be addressed because of that.
Yeah. So maybe I'm missing something. I'm thinking there's only essentially 3 examples of residential structures that are still in Oregon, and one being in Western Oregon, and the 2 being in the Warm Springs area. So doesn't that help?
It should
make it more statewide significant because there are so few?
It's certainly to the National Register is comparative by nature. It's I could refer to it as a greatest hits list. So the thing that the Park Service will be interested in is, am I looking at 3 separately, completely unique buildings that are each individually eligible and have their own merit? Or am I looking at 3 very comparable buildings that should be, we're going to pick the best one, for instance, that's how they look at it. Or is the context important? The fact that this one's in Western Oregon makes it singularly unique, given it's a master architect, singular representation of their work. So there's a lot of different ways to sort that. Listening to the conversation here, it sounds like there's a good run at a good chance of being able to get state level significance, but that if we choose that, there'll be some additional work. I don't know that there'll be a huge amount because the architect's work is well established. Like I said, we only have 3. Those houses in Eastern Oregon, we do have, I believe, the workings of an intensive level survey at the office for those. So there we have some documentation that can be worked off already.
We do, and you would basically need to be comparing this house to those houses. And all the character defining features, and I mean, it would be a pretty narrow discussion. And then you need to ask yourself, how will this stand up to those? Because those have not been altered.
They do have condition issues though.
What's that?
Those buildings do have condition issues.
They do, but integrity is what
That's
you were looking at there, and they are, you know, are you parsing this by geography? And, you know, the warm weather house versus the wet weather house, and I mean, it eventually kind of gets like, you're comparing this to his others stuff, so it's kind of a more narrow focus if you're going, the statewide significance is pretty big deal. And it really has to hold its own. So there would need to be more work, if nothing more, and we would be working with the preparer to focus that argument.
But if it's listed as a local, under local significance, it's still listed, and still, it's checking all the boxes.
Yeah.
So it doesn't have to be statewide to do anything
Yeah,
extra.
I mean, you could make your motion, you know, and with the advisement of consider statewide significance, that is within what you could do, just provide the advice. You know, say supported as is, as written, or with the changes you've already suggested. Please consider statewide significance, work with staff to find out how much viable option. We can have that discussion with the preparer and the property owner and make that determination, get back to you at your next meeting, how it was submitted.
Thank you for that additional information. Did you have any other comments to add to the?
Oh, no. Thank you.
I think that leaves me. So as touched on things I was finding in the nomination as well. Being an architect, I love seeing works of architects. And I mean, it's important for me to see floor plans and elevations, but as Chrissy noted, those additional photographs are pretty essential. I would find too in the nomination. And then spending a little less time on the description or the amount of room and space that is taken with all the non-contributing buildings and making sure that they are clearly identified as non-contributing, besides the fact that they are newer construction and the date that specifically addressing that. I think it's a great nomination. Listening to our most recent discussion on state versus local, you'll find with listing it locally. It's a unique style in Western Oregon. Still, flat roofs aren't good in Central Oregon either. So just put that out there. That not necessarily a good design decision, but they make it very unique as long as they are well maintained. So, put it back over. Cassie, if you have any other comments after this discussion? No.
Heidi, I just like to say, let's think this through in terms of, I know you get listed either way, statewide or local, but you don't want to return. So let's just.
Yeah, let's discuss it.
Well, yeah, and then as it gets sent forward, have everybody very confident that things going to work. Because right now, I'm not sure if Paul would, you see all this unique stuff. Hey, this guy's great, you know, he's a great architect. Well, only local, you know. I think if the local argument is squarely or clearly made, fine. But right now, I'm not sure.
So I can comment a little bit on the Park Service process. So if they believe the case for something is named, the boxes are checked. They have administrative authority to check the boxes. So for instance, if you submitted a nomination and inadvertently not only prove that, but also justify criterion C, we get what's called a supplementary listing record and said, you know, this is such a great nomination. I just checked C for you. I've had that happen on some of the nominations I've done. However, if you claim something and don't prove it, it's a return in that you failed to make the case. So they won't go through and, you know, take your A off, put it on C. They'll just say you didn't prove A, and then it goes ahead and comes back to you. You know, from our discussion here, I mean, if it's, it seems like we could probably make state level significance if the committee would do that. The reason why staff hesitates is We haven't had the discussion with the preparer yet, have we? And we need to go ahead and work through that, but it certainly seems viable if that's what the committee would like to ask.
I just have to also add that, Beluski has a lot of residential architecture that hasn't been altered. And so if you're really parsing it to this, well, this is the only one that actually combines international style, is that also, is that parsing it too fine? Given the alterations and given his body of work and given the ones that are already listed and are in DC and in the record that our reviewer can look at. And that's all I'm saying. If we level this up to statewide, that integrity better be really good. And that Park Service might not buy that parsing out of, yeah, but this is a combination of international style and Northwest regional. But he might, but I always think of statewide significance as being, it has to be anchored really well.
I would agree with that.
How are the other committee members feeling in that statewide person will help?
I'd go.
Yeah, I think I'm okay with the local.
Yeah.
As well.
I like Jean's suggestion to say, yes, we, if we agree to be local, and we ask the applicant preparer to consider the statewide, if they have time and energy and money to do that additional research and interest. Any other thoughts, comments on the nomination? Anybody wish to make a motion?
So I can, I'll move that recommend to the SHPO that the Beluski House be forwarded to the keeper for listing on the National Register under C, with a few amendments, including some edits for clarity around the non-contributing features, some technical edits as recommended, clarification around the photographs and the attachments, and encourage staff to coordinate with the preparer. The preparer to consider statewide eligibility.
Second. Second. Discussion on the nomination? I mean, on the motion? All right, let's vote. All those in favor? Well, that was everybody, but we'll just ask in case anybody opposed. Congratulations. Diana, thank you for a great nomination. Katie will get back to you with the comments that we had, and Anthony or Tony, however you whichever name. Thank you again for pursuing this in your father's legacy.
Thank you.
Thank you. Say it again.
Thank you very much.
Moving on. Next nomination for review is the Juniper House, I believe. The Juniper House in Portland, Oregon. And I believe I don't read out the statement again. If everybody was here and listening, thank you. Okay, then Katie.
Thank you, Chair. The committee will now consider the Juniper House in Portland in Multnomah County. This building was originally constructed around 1902 as a single dwelling craftsman residence. The nomination asserts that it is significant for its use during the late 1980s as Oregon's first end-of-life care home specifically for people with HIV/AIDS. A note, this nomination has a second comparer, Shane Watson, who's joining us today, and his name I inadvertently omitted from the draft that you reviewed, so I do apologize for this and will be rectified in subsequent revision. Both comparers are here today. Mary, would you? Oh. The Juniper House is located on a corner lot in the Buckner neighborhood of Southeast Portland, and its immediate setting is primarily residential with some commercial uses to the north. As I mentioned, it was constructed in 1902, and it's a craftsman residence. It retains many exterior features dating to its original period of construction, including a hip roof, dormers, painted V-notch wood siding, and this one-story entry porch supported by classical wood columns. Although it still gives the appearance of a single-family home, the house underwent some modifications in the 1987 to 1989 period of significance to better serve its purpose as an end-of-life care home. Most of these are located on the interior to maintain the safety and discretion of the house's residents during this period. They made few exterior modifications beyond adding a concrete ramp at the rear of the house to increase access for individuals using wheelchairs, that is shown here. Interior modifications during the period of significance included dividing the main living room on the first floor to create an additional sleeping area. That's what's called the fireplace room on this current floor plan. That was a communal gathering space, and then the front room, that was a newly created bedroom. That place was divided. Other modifications during the period of significance included adding wood paneling for sound insulation and altering the kitchen. Some of these modifications from the period of significance have themselves been altered or removed in 1989. Though many of the finishes that were present during that period and the general organization of interior spaces, including the division of that place, still remain intact. Overall, the nomination argues the house retains integrity across all 7 aspects. The nomination argues that Juniper House is significant under criterion A in the areas of health/medicine and social history, LGBTQ history, for its groundbreaking role as Oregon's first end-of-life care home dedicated exclusively to patients with HIV/AIDS. The property's period of significance is 1987 to 1989, encompassing its entire period of operation. During these years, Juniper House filled a critical void in Oregon's healthcare system by providing dignified and compassionate care for marginalized individuals and highlighted the failures of existing healthcare systems to serve the needs of those affected by the AIDS epidemic. Its pioneering model of care inspired the establishment of several more end-of-life care facilities dedicated to individuals with HIV/AIDS in the late 1980s, including facilities in Portland, Hillsborough, Roseburg, and Eugene, all of which are described in the nomination. Because of the reach of its influence, the nomination argues that the Juniper House is significant at the statewide level of significance. Something to note about this property is that because it achieved significance within the last 50 years, which is another way of saying that its period of significance is less than 50 years before the writing of this nomination, it must satisfy criteria consideration G. So this criteria consideration says that properties that have achieved significance within the past 50 years may be listed in the National Register of Historic Places only if they are of exceptional importance. So this nomination, you'll see in section 8, argues that the Juniper House meets this threshold because of its groundbreaking approach to compassionate care during the AIDS crisis, being the first facility of its kind in Oregon, and its profound impact on statewide healthcare and LGBTQ+ history in Oregon. In summary, the discussion for the committee today is, does the nomination make the case for statewide significance under criterion A? Does the nomination make the case that the property is of exceptional importance necessary to satisfy criteria consideration G? And does the property retain sufficient integrity to communicate its significance? We received comments from the CLG with their recommendation of the nomination. The comments suggested adding some information from the comparative analysis to the Section 8 summary paragraph and adding more description of the daily lives of Juniper House residents. We also received multiple public comments, all of which were supportive of the nomination and emphasized the Juniper House. All of these comments were provided to the committee via email for this meeting. Does the committee have any questions for Shabosa?
I do. Do you consider that the authors of the nomination addressed all of the comments or most of the comments in your memorandum in July?
Yes, I was happy to answer that. So our memorandum in July, that was an earlier version of this nomination, and the nomination changed a lot between that initial submittal and then what you've seen. So there were some comments that you may read them and think, oh, was that addressed? But the nomination was revised in ways that made some of those previous revisions unnecessary, or addressed them in ways that maybe the memo did not do.
So overall,
I do. Thank you. Yeah, thank you for asking.
Any other questions of staff? Okay. We have a few people who wish to speak in support of this nomination. My assumption is support, so I take that back. Who wish to provide testimony? We have Ernestina. Okay. That come forward here. Is that going to catch?
It will.
Okay. We'll have you state your name and address for the record. And probably loudly, yes. I can hear you.
Yes. Hi, my name is Ernestina from Mayor. I'm the preparer for the national nomination along with Shane Wetzel, who is online somewhere there in the box.
She's in there.
In the I want to thank the committee for reviewing the nomination, and I have some comments that I have written just to give some thanks to the people, and then so I want to thank the city of Portland, who was the one who created and financed this project. They had a grant from the National Park Service that largely financed this project, along with other projects related to LGBTQ+ history in the city of Portland. I want to thank Shane Watson, who for collaborating with us in this project. She gave out a lot of input and editing. And when she reviewed the nomination, she gave a kinder and more compassionate review into the document. I want to thank Doug Poland and Jane Wayne for trusting me with their stories and documents. But most importantly, I want to thank them for being very courageous no matter crisis for the HIV and AIDS during the 1980s. They're probably watching us on YouTube right now online. I might be actually sign up for this money, but I was trying to make them to do that. They please provide a lot of money. I want to thank also Young Travis, who was not allowed to see this nomination move forward, but whose legacy remains along with Doug and Jan for the brave steps that they all took to open the Juniper House. I also want to thank Kay Gage and Joe Doherty, who were owners of the building, and they're willing to believe in the letter from the city of Portland telling them that this was the famous Juniper House. As a preparer, it's very refreshing to see owners supporting historic preservation and especially for communities that have been discriminating for so long. The Juniper House significance is beyond what the National Register of Historic Places can recognize, because the cultural importance and the impact that the display had is not really measured. Juniper House was home to gay and bisexual men that were dying with HIV/AIDS, and the residents that called this place home during the last month of their life were treated with respect and dignity. They found a place that was for them, and their families and friends also were supporting them here during this very difficult moment. There will be testimonies that you have written, and there are some of the people that will talk about this, that really can confirm the impact that this place had in the community. There were more testimonies in public received from the Landmark Commission. They're really since the HIV/AIDS crisis is very recent, there is very little about this in the board. So this nomination relied a lot on oral histories, the dog, and Damien Morocco, Kate Gage, Don Terry, and many others that I was able to actually interview in person. Some others I read their stories on the Oregon Historical Society, the LGBTQ plus history collection that they have, and then so supported by the Gay and Lesbian Archives of Pacific Northwest Latin, that is now called the Oregon Queer History Collection. Very important collection that we have. After Juniper House opened, many of other members of society followed the courage and opened similar places all over the state. However, we really need more research to learn about these other places in Oregon and how they related to the HIV/AIDS epidemic. And I don't want to keep saying more. If you have any questions, please, I will be happy ones.
Thank you. Are there any questions at this point? No. Should we turn it over to Shane? Sure. Okay. Ms. Watson, do you have testimony you would like to offer?
Hello, can you hear me?
We can, thank you.
As Tina mentioned, I contributed a little to this nomination. My name is Shane Watson. I am an architectural historian based in the San Francisco Bay Area. I co-authored the citywide LGBTQ historic context statement for San Francisco, which was adopted by the Historic Preservation Commission in 2015 and is still being used by the planning department. So I would like to just speak quickly in support of this nomination and put it into a little bit of statewide context, even nationwide in terms of the HIV